public comment or the public hearings?
You get it when we do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, please rise if you're able for the
Recording
Pledge of
in
Allegiance.
progress.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everyone. Good to have a full audience today. A few reminders before we get started. Thank you. So while all of council will be here in person tonight, we do still have several staff who attend virtually. So I will be toggling back and forth, as well as those who want to make comment during public comment or public hearing. So just give me a second and a little grace if I'm looking back and forth between my computer and the audience. And also, as a reminder, we take breaks every 90 to 120 minutes between items and as needed. And with that, we will begin with our open comment period. A few reminders before we get started on open comment. This is an opportunity for anyone from the public who would like to make a comment on an item that will not be receiving a public hearing later in the agenda. You are welcome to do so. You have up to 4 minutes for a total of 20 minutes. Just checking the list to see how many we have. We should be good today. Know that we do use a timer, so we have a couple ways of keeping track of time. There's a timer up here, and there is a timer that turns red when you are out of time. I might also gently nudge you when it's time to wrap up. And because of the limited time, we want to make sure we have a chance for everybody who wants to speak to speak. I think with that, we will get started. Just a reminder that we don't respond during open comment period, but if there is an item that requires a response, we will follow up with you, or our team will follow up with you in writing. All right. Well, I know I have Paula Hardin joining virtually, and Paula has her hand up and is ready to go. Ms. Hardin, you have 4 minutes.
I finally saw the unmute. Okay, thank you. I am speaking tonight about the proposed changes to the Code of Ethics for Rochester City Council, which are not, in fact, matters of ethics, but a reduction in the council members' ability to represent the people of the city. Constituent services are an appropriate matter for ethics. In a nutshell, these proposed changes would prevent council members from their right to speak freely as their own person instead of in a job that only requires about 8 hours a week together. They should be assumed to be speaking as a resident rather than a council member who has a right to their own personal views and not have to be compelled to obey the will of the majority of the council, the opinion of a mayor, or the direction of the city administrator, who is in fact employed by the council, not the other way around. Under these proposed terms, any serving council member would be considered to be speaking as a council member every time they said or wrote anything. This is not realistic, ethical, or reasonable. The purpose of these rules is to forbid dissent from what a privileged few would prefer rather than hearing other voices or opinions. Ethical conduct requires communication to be permitted directly between council members and city staff to serve their constituents. The proposed new rules also deny members to directly bring constituent needs before the whole city council without pre-approval by an unelected city administrator. Simultaneously, the proposed rules deny the council the right to, quote, interfere with, unquote, or, quote, interrupt, unquote, the workday staff. Well, that just shuts down any action the council might need to take to get quick answers for constituents or for themselves regarding proposed agenda items or inform a staff member of an error, such as corrections to the agenda. The grotesque length of the agenda packets has become problematic in many ways. And if that is why there is a concern by council members calling staff after hours, then change the meeting date to a time like the following Friday or Wednesday night. This is not an ethical issue. This is being hidebound to old practices that are no longer serving the needs of the council or the residents. Maybe multiple meetings are needed now. Maybe separate study sessions on another day of the week are required. It is absurd to expect any healthy, able-bodied persons to sit in a meeting that runs from 7 p.m. to midnight, not even when at least the council is allowing bathroom breaks for us during the lengthy meetings. I can't even imagine some of the circumstances cited as justification for these proposed rules. Who would use their, meaning what? The names of the city council on the city logo? Letterhead? Does the city even provide council members' names on letterhead as individuals or a group? What a waste of time and money for the printing of such a transient product, much less the likelihood of any council member doing so without actually intending to commit a crime or fraud of some sort, which certainly would warrant more than a private reprimand.
Ms. Hardin, you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, and who is going to provide that private reprimand and when? The city administrator who reports to the city council and serves at their pleasure? And what is this with the public promises? What, a council member can't promise to look into why a sewer drain is backed up and has to go through the city administrator to ask permission to speak to whomever in public works is in charge of sewers and gutters?
And your
How
time
does
is
that
up,
help
Ms. Hardin.
council members provide constituent services?
Thank you so much for your comment this evening. We are moving on to who is in person, and I have Wes Lund. Come on up and introduce yourself.
Are we wearing masks tonight, or can we take this off? Because I'm finding it hard to breathe. So I'm just going to take this off.
And I'd like to note that prior to the beginning of this meeting this evening, Mayor was moving freely about the room without a mask on, and when the meeting began, she put it on. So she's just returned from a trip to Baltimore, Maryland, and I believe it was a public official trip in the performance of her duties as mayor of Rochester, Minnesota. I think it would be great to have the curriculum that she studied, some of the notes from her meetings, the names of the people with whom she met, whether they were agencies or private individuals or corporations or donors. It's just unclear, and it would clear up a lot of questions if we would know what her trip to Baltimore, Maryland was all about, apart from the lovely architecture. I don't think anyone in Rochester would agree that Rochester has something to learn about how to manage a city from such a disastrous city as Baltimore, Maryland. I don't think we want to become more like that town. I think we want to have our own character and our own flavor. That's my feelings about the people I talk to. I don't necessarily know how everyone feels, but people are choosing to live here rather than in Baltimore. No one from here is really moving out. People are moving in. So this is a nice place where a lot of people want to come to. This is a great town. This is a great community. That's why people want to live here from all over the world, incidentally. It's not on accident that this is an international city, and it's always been that. With the various corporations we have operating here, it brought people from all over the world, very talented individuals who really built this town in some unique and special ways. And that created an environment that other persons wanted to capitalize on, and that's fine too. But maybe we should look more carefully at the recommendations of people who live in, say, New York City. If it's a donor from New York City spending money on politics and political campaigns in our area from a P.O. box in Midtown Manhattan. Of course, I'm referring to a gun rights group. That's quote-unquote what it's called, but it's run by billionaire Michael Bloomberg. And I think a lot of people might wonder why he spent $250,000 attacking Carla Nelson, or another $200,000 attacking Dave Senjum. When people that wealthy spend money, they expect something in return. The other thing is that these individuals that are loosely termed CERT and operating in Rochester in public places and possibly private places as well, or some places perhaps that are unlicensed, are they bonded by the city? Are they contracted to perform security duties on behalf of the city? If they're in a public space enforcing law, taking the place of law enforcement, to whom do they pledge allegiance? Have they taken an oath? Every police officer and first responder I know of takes an oath that says they'll protect, uphold, defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Is anyone working with the CERT team trained, licensed, bonded, contracted? If they're acting as law enforcement and taking the place of the Rochester Police Department in public spaces, at events, at venues, whether those are private or public, advertised or underground,
10 seconds.
the city will be responsible at some point when something goes wrong. And the only violence that's occurred in those places has been persons beating up a man who ended up in St. Louis Hospital. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak? You are welcome to raise your hand now. Seeing no one, I'll go back to my list and invite Othelmo DaSilva up. Please introduce yourself.
Othelmo DaSilva. Shout out to our PD. Rochester Police Department is doing a great job of cleaning up the city from, the people who commit crimes here, because they're welcomed here. They think it's a welcome place for them to be. When they can't prevent crime, they do, but when crime is committed and they go after people who, those are not people, they're not residents. The Rochester media likes to call these people every once in a while Rochester man, Rochester woman. These people are not natives of our town. They come here because I'm not sure why. I'm not sure who or what necessarily attracts them to commit crimes in this town, to punch, kick, shoot, intimidate. Something that you should look into. I was today years old when I found out that Hy-Vee here in Rochester has hired armed security since March.
Can you please put 3 minutes on?
I saw one today, chatted a little bit. I thought it was a cop. I thought it was a policeman. I really did. But no, he has body armor and every single piece of equipment that a policeman has. We're talking about a taser, we're talking about a firearm, mace, baton, everything. I had read about that in other places, bigger cities. But unfortunately, that's something that is necessary here in this town. Are you discussing security matters at all? Is that something that concerns you? That the city is under siege? There are shootings every other day. The 24 shell cases are found in a parking lot of a residential area. You care? Accountability and ethics. There was a comment here, the first one today. There's no such thing in this town whatsoever. There isn't. Bloomberg is running this town. You're not managing. Did you know you're not managing this town? You're not deciding anything. You're going to be deciding less and less because our mayor decided to associate herself with Bloomberg in every possible manner. I do want to know, because she was asked and she said that she did not spend any of the city money on this trip to Baltimore. Whose money was it? Who paid her way? Who paid for her food? Who paid for her lodging? And there's a stipend to these expenses that you have every day. That is an ethical issue. Are you interested? Are you asking any questions? It seems to me that you're losing power. You're becoming relegated to just people sitting on the dais. It's not going to matter pretty soon here if you don't do something about it. Who you are and what you do. It is your responsibility. You know, you're not representing the city here. You're representing your wards. There are people from different sections of the town that voted for you specifically. You're supposed to be defending their interests. And if those interests conflict with Bloomberg's, with the DMC, you're supposed to stand up and say no.
15 seconds.
You gave yourselves a raise of 100% during the pandemic to do a job. Do it. Don't sit down just collecting our money.
Thank you. Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Seeing no one, we have spent 12 minutes and we have 3 minutes left. Are we willing to? Three speakers left.
I would move to suspend.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Can we have a motion to approve 3 additional speakers for 12 minutes?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Okay, Mandy Verdick, you are welcome to come up and you have 4 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mandy Verdick, and I come to speak in support of Agenda H.1 this evening. For the last 17 years, I've lived about a mile west of 48th Street and Commercial Drive, intersection southwest. I travel through this intersection multiple times per day for the last 17 years. My family has been personally affected by the dangerous crossways of traffic, and tonight I want to share our personal experience that happened back in October of 2021. My 15-year-old son was a passenger in a vehicle that was broadsided by a car turning east onto 48th Street from Commercial Drive. The car my son was in was traveling west on 48th Street. In addition to my son, there were 3 other occupants in the car, all of them family friends, including a responsible and trusted adult driver. The occupants of the car that broadsided them was an older couple. Luckily, no one was injured. However, the car that my son was in suffered a total loss. Just a month prior to this accident, in September of 2021, another accident of similar circumstances occurred. Sadly, one fatality, a Rochester resident, was a result of that accident. We are extremely grateful and relieved that neither our son, our trusted family friends he was with, or the couple that was in the other vehicle were seriously injured or killed. As I travel that road many times throughout the day, I frequently see near accidents occur. People coming out of Commercial Drive, turning east onto 48th Street, do not realize that they are crossing 2 lanes of traffic westbound on 48th Street. Drivers also misjudge the speed at which cars are traveling on 48th Street. To be fair, the speed limit in that section of 48th Street is 45 miles per hour. Consistently, drivers traveling on 48th Street do exceed that limit. In the 17 years that I've lived in this area, the traffic on 48th Street has significantly increased with the continued development and expansion of the neighborhoods west of that intersection. Additionally, businesses continue to move out onto Commercial Drive, both to the north and south of 48th Street, adding to the increased congestion and ultimately increased accident risk due to driver error and misjudgment. I fully endorse a solution to make that intersection safer for our community and for our visitors that frequently travel through that intersection for gas and food. I thank you for your time this evening and for your important consideration of Agenda H.1. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Svaar, Vinje. Introduce yourself again and go ahead.
My name is Svaar Vinje. I'm Ward 3 resident. Mayor, council, administration, thank you. I sent an email out previously. I'm going to basically read that. I see on the agenda Monday that there's going to be a potential change to the Code of Conduct plus policy. I am concerned that this is not a Code of Conduct change, but a restriction of the city council members' ability to work and interact with the city management. Restrictions on when and how council members give input is not in the best interest of the public. If there's a specific issue with one or many council members, a change in policy is overreach and potentially damaging in ways that cannot be seen presently. How and who regulates this potential change in policy is also questionable. I encourage you to find a better and less restrictive solution than changing the actual code of policy. I want to make a separate note also that we have also changed the same code of conduct that was in the study session for other business also. So this would be the only other time that individuals could speak. In the agenda packet, under number 2, where it says council conduct of staff, where it says council members refrain from involvement in administrative function duties. Secondly, council members do not individually direct the administration staff or city attorney in their duties. This is general, obviously. This is something that you guys are going to be working on, and I'm just letting you know that this is important to a few different people that I've spoken to within our ward, and I certainly hope you take your time, as some of you have responded, which I appreciate, to consider this to be in regards to dealing with conflict and resolution. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. John Kruesel.
Madam President, members of the council, and Mayor Kim Norton, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I have modified my thoughts, so I'll no doubt be speaking somewhat extemporaneously as it relates to the I-1 topic that I believe should have been a hearing on such an important matter. To address the council rules of procedure and conduct during meetings, I'm very concerned about this in light of the cynicism not only in the city of Rochester, but in the state of Minnesota. I'll try to stay off our nation, but I would say it continues to grow. And when I say it continues to grow, I'm going to say of a distrust for elected officials, a distrust of staff, and accountability. Even though I don't want to use this word transparency, but I can't come up with another word. That word makes me vomit, because transparency means exactly that, and I have yet to see it. That means a complete exposure of the topic. I think we must not allow this to fester in this community. We must lay it to rest by spinning it in a different direction. Allowing people to feel as though that if they come here and speak in open comment periods or speak to a city council representative because of what is going on. By the way, I'm going to say that this open comment period is to address things that are urgent in the eyes of the people that choose to come here, even though they feel as though they're not being listened to. That is the problem. We must be accountable to each other, and we must stop cynicism that is fueling and getting out of control in this community. So I think all of us that have spoken, some of the points I agree with that were brought forward, some of the others I'm not, but I'm very concerned about having healthy discussions available to anyone at any time. It is the elected officials, not the staff, that wag the tail of the dog. I will say that hard topics are meant to be hard topics. and hard topics must take place to problem solve. We must not avoid those. We want to build trust. So be careful with this, and I know you will be, and I believe that you have listened to some of the people that have come forward this evening, and we look forward to a healthy discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period. We'll move on to the clerk I'll officially call the meeting to order, and Clerk Giesler, please call the roll.
Councilmember Keen.
Here.
Councilmember Bransford.
Here.
Councilmember Campion.
Here.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Dennis.
Here.
Council President Carlson.
Here.
Mayor Norton.
All right, thank you for that. City Administrator Allison Zems will do her report.
Thank you, Council President, Council members, Mayor, members of the public. A brief report today, and we always start by reiterating our customer service principles of respect, integrity, safety, and excellence, things that we strive to live by as city teammates. I do want to welcome a new city teammate who's here today and who you may be seeing. Many of your items that have to do with community development. So we are welcoming today Irene C. Woodward, and she is the new Community Development Director. This is her first day. She has a lot of experience, over 15 years of experience in city planning. She specializes in affordable housing, grant writing, management, and strategic planning, and she has a master's degree in city planning with a concentration in community and economic development. She also is certified by the American Institute of City Planners. So just want to welcome her here today. We're glad that she's joining the team and look forward to seeing you on many future council meetings. So thanks for being here. I really appreciate that you were interested in joining us. And then the next item I just wanted to highlight, Chalk the Block is coming up on July 23rd. If it rains on the 23rd, we're hoping it doesn't rain on the 24th. So you can get chalk either at the Development Services and Infrastructure Center, that's up at 4001 West River Parkway Northwest, or here at City Hall in the Rotunda, right by the entrance door in front of the City Clerk's office. If that's something that you want to participate in, hopefully people are interested. Just want to make folks aware that that's where you can get your chalk. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Mayor Norton.
Well, I have been gone a tad bit, so I have can we turn that down? I have a few things to share. First, I was approached by a company, Exhibitor Magazine, who let us know that a Rochester resident named Lee Knight was honored in Las Vegas last month for the Legends Lifetime Achievement Award. It says he was being presented the award for his 40 years at the helm of a Rochester-based Exhibitor magazine, which he founded and recently sold. And so I believe the Civic Center and I don't know what's it called now, the Rochester Convention and Visitors Bureau, it has a new name, Experience Rochester, thank you, I was coming, are going to do something in his honor, but they asked that I mention that to the council, so I have. A couple other things. Today I was up in the Forest Lake area and had been invited by the Girl Scouts, and they're doing a program called Power Girls, and they've been in communication with the city since the announcement of the Global Mayor's Challenge, and they want to be a part of that because our outreach is going to be for young girls, K-12, as well as college and adults to get women into the workforce. And so they invited me up there, and I toured their camp, and it was a week-long camp where girls actually today were building light switches and powering lights and building cords for computers, and it was quite fascinating. So they do want to partner with the city of Rochester, and I brought home some information about their program, and they would like to do one here locally, although this program was for Southeast Minnesota, but because of the Edith Mayo Girl Scout Park in town, they would like to do something there locally. So I thought that'd be pretty exciting. I did just get back from the City Data Alliance, and so that announcement just came out. I have a packet which I will pass down that has the agenda for the day as well as the 22 mayors that are part of that. It's the first ever cohort of Mayors International, and our staff is actually the ones that will be trained over the next 6 months, and then I think a full year of data support from Johns Hopkins University. And at my training, at least, there were some Harvard professors as well as some nonprofit folks who specialize in data. And the whole idea is for us to be able to make, as a city, values-based decisions that are rooted in the beliefs of the city, but to be able to do them data-informed. And so that's, so I can just pass this down. You're welcome to look at it or not at your interest. And I have several books of notes that I took. I won't share those with you. Also, some of you have asked for a report. I will not be giving one. But the senior city leaders course that I took, this is some, not all, of the written material, as well as 3 books. I have one of them here called Results. There was another, Leadership on the Line, and a third book that I gave to our new Mr. Meyerhouse on emergency management that I brought home and gave to him as a welcome gift for him. But fascinating learning. I truly appreciate you approving that experience. I think it will benefit the city as the Data Alliance will as well in the long run. So I just wanted to share that. I have the notebook. You are all welcome to look at it at any time. It's in my office and available for you to look at. It's quite comprehensive and hits a myriad of areas. And lastly, I thought I'd just mention, some of you may have seen some of posts that I've made, but it is Park and Recreation Month. And so I have the resolution for Park and Recreation Month, and I'll read that and then I'll be done. So take a deep breath. Whereas park and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Rochester, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region, and whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally and physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction, and parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas park and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and Rochester recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved that I, Kim Norton, Mayor of the City of Rochester, do hereby declare the month of July 2022 to be Park and Recreation Month, and I encourage all residents to visit their neighborhood and regional parks for better health and improved quality of life. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand on this 18th day of July 2022. And I think I'll just close by saying, because it was brought up at the beginning of the meeting, I was made aware at the start of the meeting that someone in the vicinity had been exposed to COVID, and so am taking appropriate precautions once I heard that news, because I have not yet had it, and I'm doing my best to not get it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Moving on to the order of the agenda, and just a note that item G7, we were all sent an updated version, and the agenda has been reposted with the appropriate attachments, but otherwise I have not been made aware of any changes to the agenda. Is there anything I missed?
Yes, thank you. President Carlson, I did email you today. I do believe I would like to make a motion to move the order of agenda so that I-1, which has been commented on a few times here, be moved up right after the consent agenda items.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Councilmember Dennis, go ahead and share your reasoning.
Okay. Similar to the reasoning I emailed, I believe that this is a very important agenda item. I'm unaware of some of the context of it, so I think if it is such an important area where we need to change policy, we need to do it immediately before the meeting because there must be some issues that we need to address. So before we go through another meeting, to have this brought to attention of everyone. And also, because these meetings, 833 pages is the amount of this agenda, tend to go late into the night when, midnight or beyond. I believe some of the issues we experience is because of pure fatigue when we have started our meetings at 3:30, the study session, and I think we should move this up. I think it's a very important agenda item that needs to have our concentration, and then, of course, it might be merited for this upcoming meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the attention to this, but to me, this is more internal council business, and the idea of moving it up ahead of public hearings, I will not support that tonight.
We have 9 public hearings that have been noticed well in advance, and people are here waiting to hear the discussion about their item. We also have important reports and recommendations, also see this as internal business and follow up from our council retreats, so I will not be supporting the change. Any other discussion? Right? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Nay. Motion fails. All right.
Move the order agenda.
Okay. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, motion carries. Moving on to the consent agenda. I've not been informed of anything being pulled tonight, so great job to staff for getting questions answered ahead of time.
President Carlson, I would like to pull the resource officer F23 about the contract with the school district and the police department, please.
Okay, that item will fall under reports and recommendations, I believe as H3.
Thank you.
So we will be looking at a motion to approve in block items F1 through F22, F24 through F27.
So moved. Second.
All right, any discussion?
Great job to staff, 2 weeks or 2 meetings in a row getting the full consent agenda passed. That means we're doing our homework and dotting our I's and crossing our T's. So appreciate that.
Great. All right, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right. We are moving on to our mini public hearings for the evening. I'm just checking my notes on who we have speaking. So I always like to take a few minutes to go over our process for doing public hearings, just so everybody is very clear. So we invite staff to provide an introduction or presentation and then turn it over to the applicant or representative of the applicant who has up to 10 minutes to speak. Before opening the public hearing for public comment, those wishing to comment have up to 5 minutes, of course, always with the encouragement to keep things brief and concise. Then we close the public hearing before our applicant has a chance to provide up to a 5-minute rebuttal. We then invite council colleagues to ask questions of either staff or the applicant before moving on to a motion, discussion, and vote. So with that, I will turn our first item, G1, preliminary plat number CD 2022-011 plat to be known as Pebble Creek 4th, over to Mr. Ed Caples. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, President Carlson. Mayor Norton and members of the council, good evening. My name is Ed Caples of the Community Development Department. Tonight, I am bringing you the Pebble Creek 4th preliminary plat. The plat is located west of 61st Avenue Northwest and proposes to extend Town Square Place Northwest. The applicant is proposing to subdivide 4.28 acres into 7 residential lots and 2 outlots located within the Pebble Creek Special District. This is the fourth plat associated with the Pebble Creek General Development Plan, which was originally approved in 2003. The street layout and open areas are consistent with the approved General Development Plan. The Planning Commission and Community Development team are recommending approval of this application subject to the 7 conditions listed in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Point of clarification?
Oh, no, I'm right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Caples, and I will invite the applicant or representative of the applicant to speak. Please step up and introduce yourself.
My name is Charles DeWitz, and I'm here for any questions that you might have. Have no opposition to the conditions, so if you've got anything from me, I'm here.
Okay, we'll invite you back up after the public comment period. Thank you. All right, we'll open the public hearing, and looks like we do have somebody. Oh, Mr. DeWitz, you already spoke, so you were signed up for the public hearing, so you're good to go. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at the public hearing for item G1? Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Again, you press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute yourself, or use the raise hand function. Anyone here? All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions from my colleagues for staff or the applicant. Councilmember Campion.
Yeah, quick question, probably for staff. So in between Town Square Place, Northwest, and Sandstone Street, it looks like that block is running an alley, and I don't see a plat for an alley on Sandstone Street continuing to what would be the west. Is that accurate, or is that just not platted?
Councilmember Campion, at Cables Community Development, are you referring to the Outlot A?
I guess I'm referring to the diagram I have of it on page, well, I need my page here. Yeah, 278. If I look at the block that is listed as Pebble Creek 3rd, it's running alleys, and then Pebble Creek 2nd. Oh, yeah, that's why. Okay. I answered my own question while I was sitting here thinking about it. Appreciate it.
Questions? Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, just for staff, condition number 4 is the proposed park shall be designated as an outlot. I'm trying to remember the rules on GDP. Is that the designated park land for this area? And does it have, like, is that a walkable access, or is that a park? What kind of park is that?
Yep, at Cables Community Development, the park is a city park as designated for through the parkland dedication. Outlot A is a pedestrian connection to the Pebble Creek Park. And I believe the general development plan also exhibits some sort of pedestrian facilities running through the park.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, what is wrong with you? Any other questions, not discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, just maybe the applicant, Mr. DeWitz. I was wondering if you could explain on the plat I have, which is now shown up here, what's the connectivity? Is there's sidewalks all around the perimeter to get to the park? I'm just trying to make sure people can cross to get to the park, and on my plat I have, there's no sidewalks shown.
Yes, there will be. There's a connection from the west. I think that must be one of the outlots you're talking about. It looks like it's an L shape, like a hockey stick connection. That's the interblock connection. And I would imagine you're putting sidewalks in front of your park.
Yeah. So I was just trying to make sure that outlot was being used for there's a pedestrian trail that'll walk.
That's the mid-block connection.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that was covered because I don't have the GDP that this was approved from in front of me, so I have to just guess a little bit.
Yep.
Appreciate you filling in the gap there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions? Hearing none, I'd invite a motion.
Approval with 6 conditions. Okay.
Councilmember.
Wait,
King.
I amend that. I see 7 conditions there. I move to amend with 7 to indicate that there are 7 conditions.
Okay. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Palmer?
Yes.
Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to item G2, preliminary plat number CD 2022-013 plat to be known as Century Village. And I believe, Mr. Caples, you're on again for this item?
Yep, thank you, President Carlson. Mayor Norton and members of the council, good evening. My name is Ed Caples of the Community Development Department. Tonight, I'm also bringing you the Century Village preliminary plat. This plat includes a request for a substantial land alteration. The plat is located directly northeast of the East Circle Drive and Silver Creek Road Northeast intersection. The applicant is proposing to subdivide 17.8 acres into 39 residential lots and 1 outlot. The applicant proposes the dedication of the Century Village Place Northeast right-of-way. This is the 4th plat associated with the Century Valley General Development Plan, which was approved in 2017 and recently amended in 2021. The street layout and open areas are consistent with the amended general development plan. The Planning Commission and Community Development Team are recommending approval of the preliminary plat, subject to the 10 conditions listed in the staff report. The Planning Commission and Community Development staff are also recommending approval of the substantial land alteration, subject to one condition. That concludes my presentation, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caples. All right, would the applicant or applicant's representative like to speak? Please step up and introduce yourself. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bill Anderson with SCH. Mr. Fleming's out of town today, so he's asked me to fill in. And we have no problems with the conditions. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, we will call you back up after the public hearing. Thank you. And with that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak against *9 or the raise hand function? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and invite any questions from my colleagues. Seeing none, we'll invite a motion.
Move approval 10 conditions.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All in favor, all opposed say nay. All right, motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Kirkpatrick voting nay. Item G3, final plat, number CD 2022-018 plat, to be known as Century Valley 3rd. And that, I believe, is Mr. Matsey. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Council President Carlson, Mayor Norton, and members of the City Council. My name is Matsey, planner with Rochester Community Development, and I will be facilitating this application tonight. Century Valley 3rd is an application request to subdivide 16.68 acres into 21 residential lots. The site is located south of Shannon Oaks Boulevard Northeast and north of Bellaterra Road Northeast. This final plat subdivision is consistent with the previous preliminary plat and a previously approved general development plan. This final plat proposes an extension of Shannon Oaks Boulevard Northeast and Bellaterra Road Northeast, as well as the creation of a new road, Oakview Drive Northeast, which will connect eastward to the existing Century Valley Road Northeast. Community Development Team is recommending approval with 3 conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, would the applicant or representative of the applicant, excuse me, like to provide responses to any questions?
Again, Bill Anderson with SCH, and available if you have any questions. We don't have any problem with the conditions.
All right. With that, we'll open the public hearing. I'm sorry, I had a little distraction with my family. That's why I'm a little bit off for a second, but.
Public hearing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry about that. We will open the public hearing. Would anybody like to speak? All right, is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions from my colleagues. Okay, hearing none, invite a motion.
Move approval 3 conditions.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
The only comment I'll make is probably collectively for our staff and the applicant, it is difficult on some of these with abutting roadways and misaligned non-north facing maps to figure out how they set in the highlighted area. So maybe for future reference, if our staff can help us figure out how to solve that problem so we can see how the roadways interconnect, it would help us decode a little bit about how these fit together. This one I got figured out, but that's just my feedback. Otherwise, the application looked good.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, thank you. Moving on to item G4. It's the final plat, number CD 2022-017 plat to be known as Ryan Subdivisions. And Mr. C, are you ready to go for this one?
This one is also me. So good evening again, Council President Carlson, Mayor Norton, and members of the City Council. Matt C, planner with Community Development, and I will also be facilitating this application here. So this application is a request to create one 1.5 acre lot on lands previously within the Krenlow First re-subdivision subdivision located west of 3rd Avenue Northwest and northeast of 4th Avenue Northwest. There are no public roadways proposed with this final plat, and the existing 10.5 acre subdivision is currently developed with one primary building and associated parking and loading facilities. Community development team is recommending approval with 3 conditions as well, and I am happy to answer any questions for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant or representative of the applicant like to speak? Please introduce yourself.
My name is John Ryan. I'm open to any questions, and I have no issues with the conditions. And Bill Anderson and Chris Munn will help with any technical questions. I'll defer those to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll invite you back up if we have questions. All right, with that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak on item G4? Again, please use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and invite any questions from my colleagues. Hearing none, I'd invite a motion.
Move approval 3 conditions.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Okay, back to you, Mr. Caples, for the final plat, number CD 2022-021 plat, to be known as John Hardy's replat, and that's item G5.
Yes, thank you, President Carlson. Mayor Norton and members of the council, good evening. My name is Ed Caples of the Community Development Department. Tonight, I am bringing you the John Hardy's replat, final plat. The plat is located northwest of the 7th Street Northwest and West Frontage Road Highway 52 intersection. The final plat proposes 3 commercial lots in the B4 zoning district. No roadways are proposed with this final plat. The community development team is recommending approval of the final plat, subject to 6 conditions. That concludes my presentation, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would invite the applicant or representative of the applicant up to speak. Please introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Kyle Erie with ISG. I'm representing the applicant tonight. And just to clarify, this is just a replat to move lot lines around from 3 existing lots. There's no proposed development or anything. It's just final plat. And the applicant agrees to all 6 conditions. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Erie. All right, with that, we will open the public hearing and invite anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item. Anyone joining virtually, again, you press *9 or use the raise hand function. Hearing and seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions. Councilmember Keene.
Just for staff, I think I've seen it in the packet, but I want to confirm that there are no easements that exist that are being combined here and then we're losing them, or is there any concern with easements or city access that would be blocked by this?
Mr. Caples?
Yes, thank you. Ed Caples, Community Development. I believe that there are no easements associated with this final plat. If there were, they would be replatted on the plat exhibits.
I see staff member Yetzer's nodding.
No, I was just agreeing with him. I don't believe there's any easements as part of this.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'd invite a motion.
Move approval 6 conditions.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Aye. Okay, no problem, motion carries. All right, we are doing well. Item G6, final plat number CD 2022-020 plat to be known as Zumbro East Bank. And Mr. Yetzer, you get to introduce this item.
Good evening, President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of City Council. My name is Ryan Yetzer, Community Development Deputy Director, and I will be presenting this application. The application before you tonight is a request to consolidate 15 parcels into 2 lots within the Transit-Oriented Development Zoning District. The lot consolidation is intended to help facilitate future development and redevelopment of the Kmart and Ampey area, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
And is there actually an applicant, or is the city? Okay.
There's an applicant.
All right, then I invite the applicant up to present. Please introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes.
Mayor Norton, President Carlson, members of the council, I'm Bill Twain, WSC. We are the ones that prepared the plat. There are two conditions. We're in agreement with both conditions. They really are related to easements being provided on the final plat. We just got notification of those, so we didn't have it on there, but we will put those on there. Any questions you have, I'm happy to answer those.
All right, we'll invite you back up if we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Would anyone like to speak? Again, virtually, please use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions. All right, hearing none, and invite a motion.
Move approval, two conditions.
Second, champion.
All right, Councilmember Keen, you have the floor, I guess.
Yeah, again, I followed this closely. I think the developer and his team have worked closely with city staff. My one observation is we went through something in TOD back in 2019, May of 2019, that was a fiasco. And just the idea of having a development team that reaches out to the community and gets proper input and works with the neighbors and stuff, it's amazing how much better this one worked than what we were going through 3 years ago.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Moving on to item G7, the final plat, number CD 2022-019 plat to be known as Valley Side Estates 4. And Ms. Sosa, you're up.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Council President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of the City Council. I'm Allison Sosa with the Community Development Department, and I'll be presenting the Valley Side Estates 4 final plat to you this evening. The request before you is to subdivide 2.8 acres into, I'm sorry, it looks like we have the wrong.
Yep, you're right.
2.8 wrong map
acres
before me. But I will keep going. It's a request to subdivide 2.8 acres into 16 residential lots. These new lots will take access from Red Hawk Drive southeast and the proposed extension of Falcon Road southeast. This final plat is consistent with the general development plan and preliminary plat that were both approved in December of 2021. The development review team recommends approval of this final plat with 5 conditions. As Council President Carlson mentioned earlier this evening, it was brought to our attention over the weekend that there was incorrect attachments attached to this RCA. That has been corrected this morning and republished. And if you give me just a moment, I can find the correct page of the agenda so everybody can look at the final plat that we're talking about. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you. We will let you know. Okay. Would the applicant or representative of the applicant like to speak?
Should we reiterate that we're on item G7, even though this shows the picture of G5? Just for the audience that might be looking at this, it's the wrong picture.
Sure. We are on item G7, which is the Valley Side Estates 4. So if there's anyone. Ms. Sosa? Are you expecting an applicant to speak?
I am, but I just wanted to point out that it's on page 409 and 410 of the packet are the notification map and the final plat exhibit.
Okay.
But yes, I am expecting an applicant to speak.
Okay. I am not seeing any applicant in person. Again, if you're joining virtually, you use the raise hand function or press *9.
Whitseth? Is there anyone from Whitseth here? All right, I think we just move on without him.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak on item G7? One more time, joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9. Hearing no one, we will close the public hearing and invite any questions of staff. Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Can someone please speak to the Decorah delineation or wetlands on site, if any?
Thank you, Allison Sosa, Community Development. I'm going to check the staff report quickly, but I do not believe there were any Decorah issues or wetland issues with this site.
Page 407 is where it's located.
Yep, not located within floodplain or shoreland, and there are no wetlands or Decorah edge on the property. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Where is that?
It's on page 407 in the packet.
I'm on 407.
It's above boulevard trees and below the parkland section there.
Is this the updated version?
It may not be.
Century attachment.
Got the same image. The same image, but I don't have that text that Mr. Campion pointed
This is
out.
the
Thank
wrong
you.
image too. So yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, motion?
Move approval with 5 conditions.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
Nothing to add.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, or all opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, we are moving on to item G8, which is the conditional use permit, CD 2022-005 CUP to be known as Ampey Kmart Parking Facility. And Mr. Yetzer, it's over to you.
Good evening, President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of City Council. My name is Ryan Yetzer, Community Development Deputy Director, and I'll be presenting this application. The application before you tonight is a conditional use permit to locate a parking facility within the Transit-Oriented Development Zoning District. The application is a new conditional use permit and represents Phase 2 of the original conditional use permit approved in February of 2020. The Phase 1 parking facility consisted of 741 parking spaces. The request tonight is to allow for an additional 642 spaces for a total of 1,383 parking spaces. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant or representative of the applicant like to speak?
Mayor Norton, members of the council, I'm Bill Twain with WSC. I'm here on behalf of Camaguerin LLC, which is the developer of the property. And as Mr. Yester indicated, this is the former Phase 2 of the original request for parking, so it adds a 642 stalls to what we have already in the Kmart site, bringing to the total of 1,383, which is what we had indicated originally in the first application. There are 6 conditions. We are in agreement with those 6 conditions and would respectfully request your approval of the conditional use permit with the 6 conditions as stated in the staff report. If you have any questions, Mr. Reagan is here as well, who is the applicant, if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll invite you back up if we do. All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this item G8? Is there anyone joining virtually who would like to speak? Use the *9 to raise your hand or raise hand function. Mr. Kruesel, are you stepping up to speak?
Yes.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself. You have 5 minutes.
John Kruesel, City of Rochester. I don't know what the 6 conditions are, number 1. I don't want to use up my time right now to know what those 6 conditions are. I would like to remind the council of various funded studies that have taken place as a means to activate our riverways and to make our rivers safer for recreational uses. How do we accomplish this? That's one question. My other questions are there going to be any sources of public funding utilized? Here again, I don't know what those 6 conditions are as it relates to the I'm going to say temporary reuse of the Kmart lot or Ampey. Is there going to be any abatement dollars? Are there going to be any TIF? Is there going to be a request for Superfund cleanup monies? If that's going to be the case, what is the public benefit going to be for temporarily? Not talking about the future, we're talking about right now. How do we make sure that the water going off of these surface parking lots is safe storm water. Here again, I'm going to go back to in the past, what the city council has funded as it relates to how do we activate our river into recreational usage. Our waterways have been defined by some as not being safe for recreational use downstream from that particular area. Now, holding ponds, as I understand it, I don't know how ideally they are, how temporary they would be, but I would like to know about holding ponds and how the holding ponds get cleaned if that's going to be the case, because it's going to be collecting petroleum products, it's going to be collecting salts. How often are they cleaned, and is that, how much of a benefit will it be to the river? But I would suggest that we go beyond, especially if there's public funding at all, we go beyond the standards of EPA and MPCA, which I think some of us might believe have been obsolete over the years. Otherwise, we would not be facing this issue that I'm bringing up as relates to how to maintain safe waterways. Our standards have been not up to standards for this community, as far as I'm concerned, for safe air and safe water. So I would like to have a further definition as how that's going to be addressed on a short-term and on a long-term basis for the safety of recreation, downstream.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone joining virtually, use *9 or raise hand function. Hearing no one, we'll close the public hearing and invite any questions from my colleagues. Councilmember Dennis.
I'm curious on the answers for that was just brought up. So could a staff clarify some of those points on how?
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot the applicant rebuttal. You're welcome to come up. You have 5 minutes to respond to any of the comments mentioned during open comment, should you choose. Sorry about that. Councilmember Dennis.
Mayor Norton, President, council members of the council. We're in the process of reviewing stormwater drainage from the property. This is a application for the ability to be able to put a parking lot in here. This is not the next step, which you would do your drainage report and your grading plan and so forth to do the project. If you might recall, I don't know if I don't know how many of you were on the council when we did the first phase, but we did some filtering systems in the catch basins, that sort of thing, to help with the water quality. So that might be the same thing we have to do on this particular project. We do have a few catch basins on site that we have to collect water in, and it does empty into this umbral. So we're working on those plans right now. But again, tonight is a conditional use permit to allow us to have a parking lot, but does not allow us to go ahead with our next step of the project here. We have to go through some processes with the city. And as far as the conditions on the conditional use permits for Mr. Kruesel are basically standard conditions. We need to cap off the monitoring well on the site as an example, and we have to make sure that we take care of the stormwater and that sort of thing. So those are the conditions that are in our staff report.
Councilmember Campion, then Palmer.
I yield. Mr. Toyton, is there any hazardous material on the site at this time, or you have a Superfund site at all?
There's no public funding, there's no Superfund site here, so.
You've done your investigation?
We're not asking for any public assistance in this project, so.
Okay, thank you.
Council President Carlson to step out, so I'm inviting if anybody else had questions for the applicant or staff. I have one. I believe this is for staff. Going back to the phase 1 parking, I believe we approved a conditional use permit for 7.5 years, which runs us to, I'll make up, like November of 2027. Does this phase 2 follow that same agreement, or is this slightly different?
Yeah, the current lease is still in place, and we are in discussion with Camagaran about taking a look at that lease and potentially updating it, but we haven't discussed the term changing. So that length that you're referring to would still be in place, yes.
I have to parse what you just told me. You said, I'm approving something now for the parking, but I don't know how long it's for?
No, it's for the lease that you previously approved.
All right, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Any changes to that lease would come back through this council.
All right, thanks. Do you want to make a...
I'm Pat Regan, President of Camagaran, Mayor Norton, and council members. In answer to Mr. Kruesel's question about the public funds, there are no public funds in play or requested for this phase of the interim use for the parking. This has all been done so far with private funds, and it was anticipated back when the first phase of the parking was approved that we would be handling the construction in this interim phase for with private funds. We've done that so far, and we will do that for this phase 2. In answer to Mr. Palmer's question about whether there are any hazardous materials on this property, the Kmart has been, all of the asbestos has been removed from the Kmart. We went ahead and did that ourselves. The Ampey property, we have not mitigated some environmental problems that are evident there, and they're not going to be dealt with during this CUP, but there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done to clean up the Ampey. I don't want that to be a surprise to anybody. We bought what was there. So we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do. I appreciate you addressing the issue, but so the idea of having a stormwater filtration system, what does that mean?
Well, what that is it's a sock, and we lift the cover of the catch basin up. Right now, the water goes directly into the structure, the manhole. It pours into the concrete manhole and goes down the pipe to the river. And the new standards that weren't in place when these properties were first built would require us, and we worked with the city staff on the Kmart lot, to install, it's really an infiltration sock, a filter that catches and collects all of the sediments, or most of the sediments that fall into the manhole from the parking lot, and then they are regularly maintained where they pick the cover off, and the people that maintain the parking lot will take the sediments out and get rid of them instead of going into the river directly. So it's
so
you
that's
can imagine a nylon on the washing machine hose. It
that's going to be
acts in
done
the same way.
on this property as well?
That will be what our expectation is will be required again on this phase like it was on the first phase by the city engineering staff, yes.
And then just to answer Mr. Kruesel's question about how do we guarantee that the stormwater is safe? Is there testing being done?
That is the interception we're doing, what I described, the filtration system.
Okay, there's
yes.
testing with that. And then what, you said there's a bunch of environmental problems. What kind of a list of what are the environmental problems you inherited with this purchase of the site?
Well, are my 5 minutes up? Because they'll be up.
I think I will hold back. That we're getting into things that are not part of the conditions.
We do expect that we would be back. To be transparent, we do expect when it comes time to rehab the Ampey building, we will be aggressively looking for grant funds and federal funds and EPA funds to help us get that into a reusable condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can give you one hint. We had a guy in here last week. We have 6 evaporators where they put the whey, the liquid cheese, and they evaporate it down into a product. They're about 120 feet high and I don't know, 20 feet around. There are 6 tall containers like that, stacks. They look like the smokestack, only 6 of them. And he said that's not going to be very fun cleaning those out because they've been there since we bought it. So just one example.
Yep, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Staff over there is waiting.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Yetzer, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to provide clarification on a couple of those from the staff perspective. So there, as was stated before, there isn't any public funds being considered as part of this application, and frankly, it's not necessarily pertinent to the conditional use permit as presented tonight. The other piece that I would point out, currently, grading and stormwater management is triggered off of the addition of new impervious surface. And so they are not adding any impervious surface as a part of this. This is already blacktop, so to speak, and it's staying that way. Under the city's new MS4 permit in future redevelopment, even though this is all impervious surface, they will be required to have stormwater and stormwater management plan reviewed to treat the stormwater that you're speaking of, but that won't come until a redevelopment down the road. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Keen?
One last question for Mr. Yetzer. I see on my cover page I have a resolution to approve a CUP with 6 conditions, but in the resolution itself there's 2 parts. Would you want us to move approval of the resolution on a certain page, or is it enough to just move approval for the conditional use permit?
I think you can just move approval for the conditional use permit with the 6 conditions or whatever.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I'd invite a motion if we're done with questions.
I move approval with 6 conditions. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I jump?
We just said it at the same time.
Second, if we need more.
Sure. Councilmember Keen, you have the floor.
I know this is a good discussion. Again, I know we've spent time with this in the small area plan. Again, same thing that I know the neighbors that were much more concerned about the parking and the traffic after having a year and a half of combination of COVID, but we're into parking there now, and I think our roads are handling it well. The traffic studies say we're well enough prepared to do this. And I think if we do run into things, I feel like we're working right now as a team that would be able to address those as they come up.
Thank you. Other discussion? Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yetzer, for bringing up the MS4 permitting. I was going to attack that, so I appreciate that. I just want to highlight the excellent outreach that Kay McGarren and Mr. Regan have had with the Slatterly Park Neighborhood Association. They have set the bar very high, and it is a model to be following. As far as the impervious surfaces go, they've actually lessened them with the landscaping that would be on the east side of the lot, and I appreciate the standard of landscaping that will be done adjacent to the neighbor's property at the extreme west end of 6th and 6th and a half Street, in between those 2 streets. The one thing I would really like to see with this is following Nick Queensland, past facilities manager at Mayo Clinic. He received an environmental award for his chloride usage at Mayo, minimizing chloride usage significantly without compromising any safety. And I really suggest that you work with Public Works and Stephanie Hodson-Beeler and the Green Step Cities intern that we have now with chloride usage, and suggest that the folks that are managing your lot become Smart Salt certified through the MPCA. This is free training because we don't need any more chlorides going into the Zumbro River. It is one of our most impaired rivers in southeast Minnesota, and it's going to take a heck of a lot more cleanup than any of us can really fathom. So I appreciate the fact that everything has been managed really well, and the only other final thing I could suggest would be air quality monitoring with the added traffic that we have. But otherwise, thank you very much. I think the added parking here as a temporary solution as we get going on further developing the DWSE SAP is great. Thank you so much.
Discussion? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to our final public hearing, item G9. And that's the adoption of the Riverfront Small Area Plan into the Planning to Succeed comprehensive plan. And we have Deputy Administrator Ms. Steinhauser to introduce the item. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yes.
Yeah, the microphone.
Just making sure you're all awake before I log in. Oops. Sorry. Please, team, don't send me Teams messages while presenting. Thank you, Council President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of City Council, Cindy Steinhauser, Deputy City Administrator for Development Services and Infrastructure. Really excited to be here with you this evening to bring forward what's been a really incredible journey over the past 12 months. I'm here, of course, with Patrick C. from Destination Medical Center, our consultant David Gamble from Gamble and Associates, as well as others from his team. Tonight really has been, oops, sorry, I'm a little bit ahead of my slides here. Tonight really is to talk about the journey that you challenged us to, and that was to bring forward a transformational visionary riverfront plan that would take two sorely underutilized pieces of property and really bring them back to life. And so we have had a fun 12 months despite some of the challenges of COVID, working together in a very inclusive environment that has involved a lot of engagement around the development of a plan that really reflects what you charged us with, something transformational, something that connects us to the river, something that people can experience programmatically, as well as providing development opportunities. So the action tonight that we're asking is for you to adopt the Riverfront Small Area Plan as part of our Planning to Succeed comp plan as a level 3 sub-area district plan, and also to seek your concurrence on what we will share with you as recommended next steps as it relates to the implementation and activation of this plan. And so, because this truly has been a partnership with DMC, Patrick Sieb, I asked him if he would say a few words related to this effort and where we'd like to go in terms of the plan for this evening. So, Patrick.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the City Council, Mayor, Patrick Sieb, Executive Director of Destination Medical Center. I just want to just make a few comments and look forward to hearing your response to the presentation that you're about to receive. What I really want to set this up by saying is I've spent 20 years of my career doing riverfront development and before coming to Rochester, and this whole idea of what rivers mean and waterfronts mean to city is no more evident than here in Rochester. People who grew up and lived in Rochester remember the river in its pre-flood condition. They remember their first date. They remember walking along the river. They remember the natural area. People who are new to the community don't understand why it's walled off, why it's largely parking lots. And it's really this coalition of the nostalgia and the memory for what it can be and the energy coming from people who are new to this community saying we can do something more can happen with this, that has led to this really 12-year journey of conversations in the community, beginning with the city's downtown master plan, a development proposal that won city support but ultimately didn't proceed, the Rochester Comprehensive Plan, the mayor's participation in the Institute on City Design, DMC's own update to its 5-year plan in which it signaled its interest in elevating the river, consistent with the City Council's appetite, and then ultimately the City Council acting on the next step in developing a vision for and an action plan for moving this project ahead. We, in many ways, kicked off the public conversation at last year's annual meeting of Destination Medical Center when we invited the community down to the river and to see it in a new light, if you will, and to start really imagining what could be. And that led to a whole series of conversations, and you're going to hear the outcome of that. And before I turn this back to Cindy, I just want to acknowledge the leadership from Ms. Steinhauser and her team. This is a partnership between the city and DMC, but really under Cindy's leadership and her team's leadership and the extraordinary talent of the design team that was retained to support. There's something quite unique about this planning effort in that you own this property. You own this property. A lot of planning is on somebody else's property. We heard from Mr. Reagan a moment ago in a long planning process on somebody else's property. This is your property. So as you are thinking about this, this is your decision about how to redeploy this extraordinary asset. I think there are some key breakthroughs that you're going to see in this presentation, some that come to mind, and I think just to give some spoiler alert, I think the idea of treating this as a campus, not individual parcels, but as a campus that can be done collectively. The idea of reusing some of the existing structures, I think, again, a bit of a breakthrough. The idea that there can be both significant private investment and public realm experience, the private investment that can help activate the site and provide the financial engine for the redevelopment, and really a systems approach that thinks about this not as just 5 acres onto itself, but how does it connect to Silver Lake or Soldiers Field or the downtown southeast waterfront? How do these pieces and all these discussions fit together and really come together at this one location? So those are my comments. I look forward to hearing your reactions and your reflections on this. As I said, this is something the DMC has signaled an interest in supporting, pending the conversation that occurs here and elsewhere. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Patrick. So let me just, what has the journey been like? So this schedule really helps you understand the process that we've engaged in over the past 12 months. As you can see from the project schedule, lots of detail built into each of the segments along the way, but 4 key areas talking about site assessment, identifying priorities, then developing a menu of design options, and then envisioning together. We were really excited for David to share about that. It's been truly a partnership, obviously with DMC and the city, but other partners have been on this journey with us. We've had representation from RDA, we've had representation from the county, and then of course we once again deployed the co-design process in the ultimate development of this plan. Our co-designers are community residents, and they represented a very diverse background. We had people that represented LGBTQ, youth. We had different ethnicities represented, people from the disabled community. We had people from neighborhoods. We had small business represented, and making sure that when we looked at this plan, we looked at it from many different lenses, and so that it was something that, from our perspective, carried that triple bottom line around economic equity, social equity, and environmental equity. And so here's the team, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to David Gamble to introduce the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I don't want you to see that we have 50 slides. There's a large appendix. President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of the City Council, thank you for your time. We're really excited to show you where we've arrived at, and in some ways this is just a beginning. We have been working hard over the last 9 months, and I'm here, David Gamble, principal of Gamble Associates, with D'Angelo's, who were with Nail Partners, our community engagement and economic development specialists. So cities and towns really grow incrementally in fits and starts. You heard subdivisions and plots today, but in aggregate over time, those changes really build up. I want to actually ask you to pull out a little bit and think about a fairly radical transformation in a portion of your downtown, which is right at the origin point of where Rochester began. It's really an amazing opportunity to recast the image of your downtown. And we are looking at these 5.5 acres, not to be confused with the 60 acres to the south that you endorsed about a year ago. So 1/12 the size, but much closer to the historic fabric of Broadway, much closer to the core of the Skyway system, much closer to really the downtown center itself. So we always want to start with another scale. We are looking at the 5.5 acres, but think about the 250 square mile watershed that this is a part of. The distance from Silver Lake to Soldiers Field. I ran it this morning. I crossed 6 different sculptures as part of the art walk along that length. It's really amazing how close things are, but they appear much farther away simply because the public realm, the infrastructure, doesn't actually make it seem as close as it really is. But it's remarkable how it's really at the center of that network. And if we zoom in a little bit, that circle represents basically a half mile. It's a quarter-mile radius. Within that quarter-mile radius, there's over 3,500 parking spaces. I'm going to say that again, 3,500 parking spaces. That does not include the number that we just heard just to our south, which of course has its own demands. So a lot of parking, a lot of impervious surface. How much? About 90%. That means water's not infiltrating through. It means it's roofs and it's asphalt and it's gravel. That needs to change. The area actually needs to become both more urban and more naturalized at the same time, and that's possible. So think about this as was identified in the Mayor's Institute study. Think of this as a campus. These are 2 separate parcels, very different from one another, but together they can really create a tremendous amount of synergy. So the light pink is these outdoor rooms that's really been transformative through DMC's initiatives and the city's initiatives. The waterfront district is the next portion for that to be a part of. So big picture, we're talking about taking 5.5 acres, that's 90% impervious, and introducing 2.5 acres of performative landscape and open space. Adding to that 500 to 700,000 square feet of development. You actually need private development to activate the public spaces. Just the park alone is not going to activate it. And by the way, you want to have ground floor uses that connect to that. And you need to reconcile some things in the system that don't quite work, like accessibility for the Skyway. How do you make better connections to the trail network? People, time and time again, have talked about ground floor active open spaces that are commercial, entrepreneurial. That has to be a part of this plan. We think the Broadway buildings, the Red Owl, the Time Theater, formerly known as the Legends, there's aspects of those buildings that could and should be preserved. I want to show you what that looks like. Much more tree canopy, and we think it's pretty interesting to think about these sites as part of the larger power grid that has the potential to really show off and showcase the energy use in the district. So the many conversations that we had really arrived at 5 design and planning principles. All right, and each of these little circles represents an icon of that. First and foremost, one has to take advantage of the trail network that you have. Bring it into the city. You've got a great foundation, but the connections are lost. These sites actually would allow that trail network to come into the downtown. Currently, on the upper right, that's what you have now. We're stepping that river wall back. This is not a levee, this is a river wall, which means it's possible to actually increase the flow of the river in the event of a flood, and that allows this tapering down of the landscape. We do think that Andy Scott Plummer mural would be a great thing to preserve. We understand that there's a mold that's still existing somewhere in Public Works that could be relocated, and art needs to be part of this as well, a way to showcase the history of Rochester. Within the international aura of the Mayo Clinic, there's a need to actually advance the local entrepreneurial spirit, and we think the ground floor of these buildings could actually do that very well. The notion of a market has been mentioned dozens of times in previous studies. The best plans build on previous plans. We think a market component needs to be part of this as well. Transformation of these sites actually enable a reconciliation of accessibility issues that are not currently present. So these alleyways, which are pretty unique in Rochester, you can imagine in this view the historic Broadway buildings on the right-hand side, that those backs can become fronts and activate that as a public space. As valuable and often contested realms, urban waterfronts have an opportunity both to preserve and reinvent. And this is where what you're looking at is the backside of the Red Owl grocery store. It's been compromised over time with a series of concrete block additions. That could become a new front. And you can imagine these uses spilling out into what we're calling a sunken garden. So we tried to move away from what were some fairly polarized perspectives about this site, all open versus all developed. The east versus the west, how do you protect but also create access? These things can be worked out. And lastly, that the transformation of these sites will really allow that economic development opportunity to also change and meet some of your initial goals about more affordable housing in relationship to the riverfront, and as we're showing here on the east side, even perhaps better river access. So the framework plan that's emerged, what you're seeing here is the east and the west on the left-hand side, on my left, the east on the right. The burgundy represents building footprints. These would be private developments that occur, but in equal proportion, nearly equal, the green is this public access, an extension of the trails. There's an ambition to bring the 3rd Street through. If you see my cursor, this really needs to come through. That's the best, I think that's one of the best streets in Rochester. Bring that commercial activity through. We do feel that some increased access down to the riverfront is needed here. Here's what we're calling this sunken garden that creates a new entry to those historic buildings. And on the north side of this parcel, you actually do need greater density. You need greater density because that's got to connect to the Skyway. That whole access point is highly compromised. And on the other site, on the east side, it's larger, farther away from the historic buildings. You can get even greater development while still providing access and open space opportunities. So they really need to be thought about together. We tried every tool in the toolkit to get these ideas out there. Again, these are not ideas. They're really coming from the community. And those 5 principles allowed us in the Chateau back this spring when we showed variations for the general public to feel as if there's one that emerged over others. I'll never forget the very engaged community at Fontaine Towers and, of course, the school. You have a lot going on, and the people are engaged, and that's a good thing. Here's just some evidence of that, and again, this is in some ways a springboard to more conversations that need to occur. So as a way to summarize, what you're seeing here is if you're floating above 4th Street, here's this notion of a reconfigured Red Owl building that it connects to a new front of this botanical garden. We do think that greater access to the river is necessary. We love the marquee of the Times Theater. We'd love to preserve this facade. These are studies that need to continue to occur about the structural capacity of that, but we think that that could really define the edge of the street. And then here's this notion of a building and a landscape that begin to intermingle with a series of terraces. Long term, that rail line will likely become a trail, which will simply enhance your public space. Lots of opportunities for programming of all different ages, all different abilities. This is really going to be a place unlike anywhere else in the city, and it should be. You don't want to siphon away activity from places that are starting to emerge. This has an opportunity to be a very different place. On both the east, on the west and the east here, we're showing what was also mentioned previously, I think at the Mayor's Institute, but also from the community about another bridge that might span over to Mayo Park from this site over to the Art Center. That's a good idea. An opportunity for a better access with a marina, and again, mixed use. To my surprise, the local residents actually want a greater density here, not less. More activity, growing the neighborhood to the river as opposed to just the surface parking lots which are there now. So more passive on this site, actually, a little bit more naturalized, and in fact that's the riprap condition that you currently have along its edges. So we think that there has arrived at a middle ground for many of these tensions that don't actually create the lowest common denominator, but leverage the strengths that you have. And I'd like DeAngelos just to highlight a few of those economic components.
Kimberly, can you turn off the blinking light? Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Council President, Mayor, and members of the council. And so David did a really good job articulating kind of the aesthetic components and how we arrive through a process of engagement, but also interactions with staff and other stakeholders in the community. What we wanted to do here is try to just give you a single slide kind of quantifying that in a numeric sense so that you get an understanding of the scale in which we're talking about. He mentioned 500,000 square feet. That roughly equates to about $350 million, depending on some of the decisions that need to be made about buildings, which buildings are kept, the size of parks, the size of infrastructure, and the size of kind of the river wall and its changes. Much of that is detailed in our final report for you to really dive into the nuances and the variables that were created in simplifying this model. And another thing that we looked at is how do we take a very conservative approach to modeling any public support that would be a part of this project in the form of a tax increment. And so we use very conservative recapture rates of increment, as well as the term of the increment, as well as given our environment higher than normal interest rates. And so we really took a very conservative approach of how to accomplish this. And we also took a look at how do we accomplish this world-class park that was discussed. What is the minimum amount of development we need to really make that a possibility for this community. And so with that, we have a scenario of like, what do we have to do at a minimum to still get these great things done? And we talk about the public trade-offs that come with that. And so with that, turn it back over to David.
So I'll take it from here. So again, we want to leave you with one of the images. Of course, this is the west site. And as we said, when we started on this journey, we took very to heart your vision of challenging us to come up with something that was transformational. So we delivered a plan that reflects on 12 months of very robust engagement. We think that this plan is both visionary, transformational, it's connected, it balances old and new, it balances greenscape with hardscape. It really reflects what the community, what we heard from the community through that, you saw that engagement slide. And most importantly, we think it really reflects that triple bottom line that makes sense, that you need to approach for development to make sense. That it's economically viable, there's environmental viability, and then of course social viability. And that was that underlying message for us throughout this process, was making sure that there was something that could work and connect all three buckets of the truly sustainable transformational redevelopment. So with that, again, tonight the action is to ask for you to adopt the small area plan as a component of our comprehensive plan, as a level 3 sub-area plan. And following adoption of the plan, our recommended next steps that we'd also would like your council's concurrence on is that we see 5 really key areas in terms of recommended next steps. So there's an activation piece, and these are next steps that we see over the next 18 months. There's an activation piece, interim activation. Already we're in that conversation with our partners around how do we start to use the site in a way similar to what Patrick showed you with the DMC. We need to continue to advance design work, not only related to the flood wall, but to the open space, as well as the development, the redevelopment that sits on the west side. We need to continue the regulatory process, and that conversation with the Corps of Engineers. There have been good conversations to this point, but we need to continue to advance that, as well as the financial modeling strategies, so that we can prepare and get this ready for developer recruitment solicitation, which we would anticipate mid-year next year. So with that, I will thank you for, again, the opportunity to work on this project. We've had a great team. I echo Patrick's comments earlier about the talent that was involved in this, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Since this is a public hearing, we'll invite you and the team back up after we close the public hearing. All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to comment on this item? And if you're joining online, please use the raise hand function or press *9. And we have Ms. Paula Hardin. You may go ahead. You have 5 minutes. I'm calling on Ms. Hardin first.
Sorry, are you unmute?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay,
Go ahead
great.
when you're ready.
I just want to reiterate what I said a few weeks back, that it is a step backwards to provide anything other than a new accessible public library building on the east part of the riverfront site with a skyway or similar feature that would create the shortest, most direct route to the art center. A new library building could be built to zero footprint standards. It could have some of the landscaping behind it that is already sort of proposed as a mixed use kind of thing. It could have the 10 stories that were not able to be added to number 6 ramp because of the incompetence of the developers and lack of oversight of the contract managers. So that would give us a chance to put accessible condos and apartments for low-income people on top of the library. The library would have the space to do a staff drive-through pickup and drop-off for books and other materials, so people using wheelchairs don't have to get out and jaywalk across a 4-lane street of traffic. There could be cafes and play areas and other kinds of functionaries that would do exactly what you want, which is to have some place to go that has activities going on, from maybe rubber duckies floating on the river, or kayaks, or a platform that jutted out that had coffee or cafe of some kind. All of which would bring in people and revenue and be better for the library, which is not ADA accessible and needs to be raised, as does the Civic Center ramp. And then those properties could be sold for a small fortune, especially since the Post Bulletin building is still just rubble, and would provide a major opportunity to redo that whole section. In fact, if you took out the 2nd Street parking ramp too,
Ms. Hardin, can we keep it to this item, please?
Put parking underground, you'd have something. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Now, Mr. Kruesel, come on up.
First, I would like to compliment Cindy, her staff, and this community for being so fortunate to have Gamble and Associates having been the ones that have been the leaders in driving multiple concepts forward, to say the least, to try and be visionary with this particular space, with all of the components and discussions of potentially historic sites and how to integrate this particular area, how to activate this area. I compliment all of the players. I think it's done very, very well. That said, paying attention to a few detail points of what will come in the future is rather exciting, to be able to activate these particular areas. The thought that I want to try and transmit to all of you is, are we going to have any unique small businesses in the downtown business district? The point I want to make is raising the tax base without incentives given to, let's say, small building owners such as myself, or my small business that I have within that building. If what happens to the purchasing of power of properties and raising the tax base will be end up being a taking of my property. I want to remind everyone that when the city obtained Model Laundry and Dick Townsend's property, my taxes went up $16,000 in 1 year based on what is called a comp. So if the city council buys into what David Gamble and Associates are putting forward, along with Cindy and her staff, what is going to be the safety net for any small businesses that are currently existing now or in the future? I want to point out there's basically 5 retail stores on the street levels in Rochester. Tangerines, month-to-month lease. Old Rooster, month-to-month lease. Eagle Drug, month-to-month lease. I don't know when my lease will be up. That was being somewhat facetious, okay? But the point is, there's not much for unique small businesses downtown. A unique small business has to be able to afford that space. Me that owns that particular small building on one of the important streets of Rochester, 3rd Street, how is that particular piece of property going to be kept from being taken away from me so I can cash flow it? So the point I'm making, unless you put principles out there as it relates to, or incentives, such as, and if you're going to ask me, what incentive would you like, Mr. Kruesel? Let my taxes go back to pre-DMC, then I can stay there. Otherwise, in the future, with all this development taking place, I don't know if there's going to be any small retail downtown unless it's in the subways or skyways. And if you believe that it can be activated and with a unique small business, then I would say invest your money into it and see how long it lasts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? It looks like Mike Schmidt. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, thanks for accepting me. My name is Mike Schmidt, and I am, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Sure. Okay, good. So I am the Friends of the Farmers Market president, and we have long had our market on 4th Street and 4th Avenue in the downtown area, in the area where currently the proposal is for 2 large buildings to be built. And we did approach the city around, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years ago in anticipation of what was coming from this and knowing that DMC and the development process was going to be put into place. And through those discussions, it was told to us that we could continue to have the market on 4th Street and 4th Avenue along the Zumbo River, which is fantastic for us because we really enjoyed the fact that families could come and shop at the market. They could come and, use the food vendors, sit along the riverside and really make an event out of it rather than just saying, come and get your produce and meat and things like that from both farmers and producers and then go home again. So we had hoped to continue this process. And one of the things that I find interesting in this new proposal is yet again featuring the farmers market as something as a draw down to this area. Unfortunately, at this point, we had moved out to Graham Park, which has turned out to be a fantastic location for us. Unfortunately, it's not really accessible from a lot of the visitors that we have to our city, people who live downtown. And as the density starts to grow, and we knew this was coming, don't have the ability to go out to Graham Park as it is about a mile away from this location previously where it's at for the city. And so one of the things that I would like to see happen in the future potentially is that maybe we can work on having a permanent fixture for the market right in this location, right in this reuse and infrastructure building out, and say, at one point we thought about this and now we're thinking about that. And so I just would like to request that City Council consider the farmers market to be more than just a Saturday morning pop-up, and it is truly a fixture in your city, and we are the third largest market in the state of Minnesota, and we do draw people from communities in Iowa, Wisconsin, Twin Cities, and surrounding areas that really find the virtues of what we do, something that they want to come to our city to enjoy. And I hope that we can have some kind of a discussion in the future to make that happen. So that's all I have to add.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schmidt. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? One final call online. You have use the *9 or raise hand function. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and just ask Ms. Steinhauser, do you want to provide a response to the comments, or would you like us just to move straight into questions?
I think straight into questions. I don't know that I have a response related to them.
Sounds good. All right. Are there questions for my colleagues?
President Carlson, I move to take a break because it's been just shy of 2 hours before we start into the questions. Would that be okay?
You don't need to move to do that, but we are, yes, we can
take a break. Okay. Thank you.
Take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 9:05. We will reconvene, and we're just at the
Recording
point
in
of
progress.
inviting my colleagues to ask any questions of the team.
No questions
Councilmember?
only, or nope, I'm going to hold my comment.
Okay. All right. If there are no questions,
I do have a question.
and then Councilmember Palmer.
Just like those that are watching and haven't been quite so deeply as involved as I have on this matter, the takeaway here is a framework for private development to come in with proposals for the property, or collaboratives of private and public entities come in with proposals for how to develop the property, correct?
Yes, generally. I mean, what we're doing is we're giving a framework. And as I was just explaining to someone during the break, we're evaluating whether or not when we solicit for developer interest, whether or not we'll do an RFP, request for proposal, or RFQ, which is a request for qualifications. Because oftentimes in sites like these, you have a framework like this, and it's more important to identify a developer who has experience with watersheds, working on the river, dealing with the Corps of Engineers, dealing with railroad, all of the variables that could be challenging to a developer who does not have that experience. And a lot of times the RFQ process vets that a little bit better than the RFP process, but we haven't landed on it. But yes, in short, this is a framework for that helps guide redevelopment that developers can use when ultimately we do select one, and then we get into the negotiation process of what ultimately their proposal will look like that we would bring before the council for approval.
I'm going to follow up if I can quickly. So the reason I'm going to both comment and question at the same time, which is a special political skill that I've tried to develop.
Light on the comment, please.
So the special part about the distinction between this being, say, a plan and it being a framework is that we can expect things to change. So while I may have nitpicks, I'm going to save those nitpicks, because we should expect that when a plan comes back, we're going to hold a specific plan to a standard, but the standard is being established by the framework. Is that a fair way to look at this as going forward?
I think that's fair, David. Would you agree? Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Okay. Councilmember Palmer.
Thank you. 2 questions. The west property, we don't own all that property. Have we talked with our neighbors, the county, and are they on board with selling that and working together with us?
We're in those active conversations right now, whether or not they want to just simply sell it to us, or engage in a process to co-develop with us, or be part of the RFP process to co-develop. So we're in conversations, but beginning conversations with them.
Okay, so they're aware.
Absolutely, they're aware.
Okay. Number 2, if as a developer if they're going to buy this site, they're going to have risk associated to it. And 2 of them you just touched on, one is railroad and one is the core. Is there something that we can do as a landowner to take that risk away to get a better price for our property, to take care of the core problem or take care of the railroad problem ahead of time?
So that's a great question, and that's really kind of why we landed on those recommended next steps, because we think there's some some work that we need to do in advance of that developer solicitation to kind of take some of that risk away from them. Ultimately, they're going to look, when a developer comes on a project like this, they're going to want to know what we have done to, whether there's environmental, I'm not saying that there's environmental here, but what mitigation efforts have been taken, what's the regulatory environment like for them, and how long is it going to take for them to get approvals at the state or federal level, because that costs them, that's into their pro forma. And then they're also going to look at what kind of assistance is available to help fill the gap. A lot of times projects like this are braided financing, right? So it's public and private dollars that are put to redevelopment projects. So the short answer is yes, there are, and that's why we suggested as recommended next steps that we look at tweaking that financial modeling and identifying strategies to start to mitigate those risks. And tied to that, of course, is the regulatory environment that can present increased costs and increased risks to a developer. And when we don't remove those or we don't minimize them, our pool of potential developers that are interested in these kinds of sites is significantly diminished. So, I know, DeAngelis, do you want to add anything to that at all? Or? Okay.
So that leads me to my third question, and that is, if we're going to keep one of the two buildings on 4th Street, which I'm assuming we're keeping one of them, sounds like?
Yes. It's like a 1.5 model, like one, and then reincorporate the facade of the other into a new.
Okay, and we have a parking ramp that we know is coming down.
At some point, the parking ramp will come down, yes.
Why wouldn't we want to clear that site and get rid of the parking ramp and get part of that one building if we're taking either down? Wouldn't it be better to do it now, have a flat site to market at?
Certainly that's one approach. I think part of this is like the timing and sequencing of when we do stuff, right? We know at some point the parking ramp's going to come down. How do we manage the displacement of those parkers? Where do we relocate them? So again, that's part of that strategy, that analysis of like, where's their capacity in the system and how we relocate them. And then because parking is an enterprise fund, what dollars are in that enterprise fund to support demolition at whatever point. Certainly, on face value, it can seem easier. It can seem easier to deliver an empty site, but it doesn't mean that it's insurmountable that a parking ramp is there at the time that you're soliciting for proposals from a developer. So, does that answer your question?
Kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
You done? Yeah. Councilmember Dennis.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you. The work you put into this, it's just an elaborate amount of information and ideas, so I appreciate all that. So I, as many people know, I go to a lot of events, and I talk to a lot of people. Every event that's, any event of the city I try to make it to, and just ask people ideas. And they echo some of the ideas brought up here, where...
Can we make sure it's a question?
Oh, yes. My question, okay, is that what Ms. Hardin brought up about a tourist attraction kind of a things, I'm kind of summarizing. There's been a lot of talk about having a permit information center for Rochester. I know they have a mobile one, RD or Experience Rochester does. Like having, a lot of people have talked about the medical museums or having some kind of a place where people can go to and connect to resources. Has that been, I don't see this on the, if you could bring that back. I don't see anything on there for that, kind of maybe an environmental, medical museum-ish information center, because I think that would help a lot of aspects of small businesses and places in Rochester if visitors who come to this, hopefully touristy attraction, beautiful place, would have somewhere to go. That's my first question. And then my second question is something that I brought up a few times. I know it's been on RDA and different. Small businesses are incredibly impacted because there are no public restrooms downtown. So when I went to like a exercise, whatever it was, fitness thing, I asked, well, where can you go to the bathroom? And there wasn't anything open on Saturday. And so I feel like that needs to be in this design as well, having a very accessible public restroom, because if you're going to all these events and different activities, that's nice to have a very clean and accessible area. So I think that might be lacking. And then, as my children always love to sit on the Peace Plaza in the grass, that is no longer an option because
So
of the...
Councilmember Dennis, are you listing these things to ask them for their feedback?
Yes, I'm just
or-
asking them all, like, the idea of having a information center, a public restroom, and then I'm just curious on environmental. I know you've talked to the county, and everyone says it's someone else's issue, the water quality, but that has been issues brought up to me. People who use colorful language describe the dirtiness of the river. Has any of that been with looking at developers, looking how they will help the water quality of Zumbro and of the area? So those three questions, please.
Sure. Okay, so let me attempt this. I'll start in reverse order to the last question about water quality environmental.
Thank you.
We do have standards in place for any development, and I think, as you heard earlier this evening, and when we come before you with any kind of development, the development review process does include stormwater management review, water quality review. So that is already in place as part of this, of our processes for projects when they come forward. I would say that by virtue of taking a site that has almost, well, it does have 0% green space, 10%, right, 10% green space, and reintroducing to a level of 50% green space does dramatically change this site's contribution to our water quality. It's fair to say that there are concerns about the water quality that lives in the river, but this site isn't the only contributor to it, right? And so we start to tackle that bit by bit, right, as each development along the corridor. But this is not going to alone help change and improve the water quality contribution, or the water quality of the Zumbro, but it's certainly, this site going from 10% to 50% green space is going to definitely help.
But if it's a blank, excuse me, if it's a blank canvas where you can like design all this, can't we design something that helps with, I talked the SOC method or whatever was talked about, trying to help in any way some of the runoff and some of the situations?
Well, I would say that it does, right? When you, not only when you remove concrete and then you introduce green space, that does dramatically improve the site's contribution to managing water and runoff. In terms of the other questions related to public restrooms and information center, fair questions. It's all about programming, right? So what we're here before you this evening is to really talk about how do we conceptualize the built environment to be, right? So how are we taking two virtually vacant spaces and reintroducing density and a built environment? Once we arrive at a collective shared vision for the redevelopment of these sites, I think the beauty of this plan is there's enough flexibility for what kind of programming lives inside of it. You've seen some pretty, I think, amazing conceptualizations of the Botanical Garden, right? That could just as easily be a very cool medical museum, right? So this is part of that process of once we decide how we want the density of the site and the scaling and the massing to occur, that allows it, and then going through the process to engage and recruit developers in the redevelopment of this site, advancing towards a development proposal that we bring forward to you, which gets into more detail of, okay, now we're proposing this in the building as opposed to this in the building. But there's enough flexibility in the plan that allows for some of those programmatic ideas to take shape. And so that's why this slide that David and his team put together, all of these things could live in this site. There's probably other things that could live in this space. And I don't know, David, do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Or fewer.
Yeah.
The site can't do everything. This is a vision, and I think we are over-programming it. But that's where the community really needs to continue that conversation and help envision the way in which this space gets used. The city really is in the driver's seat here. You can demand the highest quality, the most sustainable project, and the sites are so valuable that developers will rise to the occasion. You should cast a very wide net. When you think about both sites together, there's a lot of opportunity. And the last thing I'll say is, you may not want to begin with the best site, because developers will want the best site, but they may not initially do the best project. So in that sense, in terms of the phasing, I would say the east site maybe wants to move together a little bit faster as these other complexities get resolved about accessibility and parking and other things. So I would not rush into judgment and demolish things right away.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Campion?
Actually, I'm glad you said that. My only comment was going to be, yeah, sorry, I was going to question, but he said it. I just am going to echo it as instead of my question. We're choosing not to do specific demolition because it kind of pre-bakes in that we know what the plan is going to be. But the reality is we don't know what the plan is going to be, and that can offer opportunities for efficiencies during the demolition. That was my point. He said it, so I'm going to save it from there.
Great. Councilmember Bransford?
Thinking a little bit about Kruesel's comments, that's kind of what I've been chewing on. For the proposal itself is...
And you have questions?
Yes, I do. Yep. I'm explaining why I'm asking a different question. That's one of my political skills, I guess, if I have any, which I don't. This is a beautiful rendering that we're looking at. I just wanted to say that. I mean, it really, truly is. Is DMC willing, and maybe this is really a question for Mr. Sieb, is there any money or incentive, or is there anything that DMC can do to help with some of the core older businesses downtown survive what is likely true that when all of this is done, taxes are going to go up? And that's a real possibility that they could lose their businesses. And that's something that should concern us. So I was just curious if DMC had any comments on that.
Mr. Sieb, you're welcome to come up.
Really?
You're considered part of the team.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Bransford. Mayor, members of the City Council, Council President. I think the question that gets raised is, there is a change. So one thing I think is a challenge for all of us is tax policy that is really not directed at the local level. How buildings are evaluated, how property taxes are determined. It's really, I think, driven at a state level, and we are subordinate to that. Some of the things that we have been doing, I think, to try to support and help smaller businesses, maybe exemplified by the Main Street Grant Program, for example, where we sought and received funding from the state of Minnesota DEED to support local businesses and capital improvements during this post-COVID sort of recovery period would be one example. I think the other thing that is probably most important about the work that is going on is as we add more activity, more people living downtown, more people working downtown, more people visiting downtown, it in itself is the driver of business, driver of market activity. And I think that's where we provide the greatest value in terms of supporting local businesses, storefronts, restaurants, and retail.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any final questions? Councilmember?
I have comments, so I wanted to make them after I made a motion.
Councilmember Palmer?
I don't know if this is for you or not. And I'm not going to make a statement, but we've had a lot of talk about water quality, and I don't know exactly what that means. And so do we have an idea for Cascade, Emerald, Bear, Silver Creek coming into Rochester what the water quality is, and when it leaves Rochester what the water quality is? And when people say water quality, are they talking that they want to see fish? Are they talking they want phosphorus gone? They want fecal matter gone? What do we have? Somebody must know what our creeks have when they come into Rochester, and they must know what they have when they leave. And are they, I don't know, I'm asking a question, are they safe? Is it not safe? I don't know. Can you come up, have somebody give us a standard in a while to tell us that?
Or maybe something to follow up on.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Unless you know. I mean, that'd be wonderful.
I certainly don't know, but I know a very brilliant woman on our team who does, and that's Wendy Turry, the Public Works Director. And I believe she's on, and I don't want to put her on the spot, but she could probably answer initially, and we can certainly provide additional information as well. So I don't know if Wendy, you're able to jump in.
Ms. Turi, that was very prompt. You're up when you're ready.
Probably had her hand raised already.
Yeah.
Thank you, President, Council, and everyone else. Sorry, it looks like my lighting's not too good. I apologize for that. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I can tell you that the state does monitor the river. There's certainly issues with Zumbro. There's issues, coming in. There's a lot of non-point concerns in terms of solids. There's fecal coliform concerns, impairments in there, and then and also actually some phosphorus concerns. Mostly going through the city, it's not impacted, or it actually is probably made a little bit better, but there's still some impacts because there's still some, all the impervious areas we have, and there's still going to be some solids that get in. But in terms of the exact numbers, what they are, I don't know. I do know that, like I said, there's the fecal coliform, which is bacteria, is impaired. It's impaired for that, and that there's certainly, but we aren't really adding to that within the city itself. And then by the time the wastewater plant discharges into it, it's actually cleaning it up.
So, Ms. Turi,
that's kind of a generic answer.
Point of order. This seems like a good future discussion topic, but maybe not directly
I
related.
agree, as I'm sure Councilmember Kirkpatrick would also like to discuss.
Well, the question for Ms. Turi is if you have that information not readily available but soon, could you provide that for us?
I can see what we have, and I can see what the state has, and yes, we can get that provided.
All right, let's get back to the small area plan.
Olmsted SWCD has a lot of that. Mr. Gam with Olmsted SWCD has been doing particulate stuff, and the recent data shows that nearly 40% is coming from conventional agricultural non-regenerative practices, sedimentation through erosion, etc.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for a motion?
I want to, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I was very remiss in not acknowledging two teammates who've been instrumental in this process, Jamie Wilson and Ryan Netzer, who helped shepherd it through the past 12 months. And so I just didn't want this tonight to end without acknowledging the work of the two of them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I want to move to adopt the Riverfront Small Area Plan into the Planning to Succeed Comp Plan as a Level 3 Sub-Area Plan. Second.
Third. Councilmember Kirkpatrick was really hoping to make that motion.
Oh.
That's fine. You've beaten me to all three tonight. You win. You win the award. However, I'd like to amend that motion to include.
Oh, do we have a second?
Yes,
Okay.
Bransford and Campion.
So Councilmember Keene technically gets a moment to
Yeah.
have the floor, but he may cede it over to you.
Yeah, again, some of our questions, I get a little bit worried that we're treating this as something called a plan, where I still think of this as a very aspirational document. It is city property, so we do have control. But as Councilmember Campion tried to point out, there is a lot to happen in terms of the next 4 or 5 years in terms of what's going to happen. And I'll add that. I mean, if it were 4 or 5 years, I think we're on a good path. I really like the input of look to develop to the east first, because you're going to get real attention to that, because I think the models are there. When you look to what our aspirational plans are on the west, I think it's going to take some unique sort of players to come in with ideas that are going to be something we're going to look at and say, yeah, we really like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Is here where I make my comments or move to amend?
You're welcome to move to amend.
I'd like to move to amend Mr. Keene's initial motion to include concurring with the recommended next steps upon adoption of the plan, including 5 components: initiate interim site activation with partners, advance design work, which would include flood wall, open space, and new development parameters; 3, continue regulatory approvals and permitting; 4, evaluate financial modeling strategies to support the public realm; and 5, developer recruitment and solicitation.
Second.
Gracias.
Go ahead, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. Thank you. 1, Gamble and Associates, as I stated with Cam McGarren and Mr. Reagan on the DWSE SAP, has set the bar very high. An exemplary transparency, community involvement, and wow, just wow. Thank you so very much to staff, administration who hired you as a consultant. I really appreciate the engagement you did with our community. It was fun to see people engaged in this process. Buy into an area of Rochester that I recall. I used to live right here in middle school. I lived right here. I used to play on the river. I remember headquarters in the bunkhouse and Joe's Sandwich Emporium. The late Mr. Bob Collier referred to Southeast Rochester as the ugly stepchild of Rochester. We have an incredible coffee house right here that is failing because of a lack of people. One of our most incredible businesses in downtown Rochester, when they were considering opening, I said, come over here, come over here. And they said, no, we're not going to do it. Everything fails on the southeast side. I so desperately want to see this area activated. Everything you've proposed is wonderful, but as a designer, I also know that it may transform into something completely different, and I applaud that. What you have brought to us and engaged the community in is something really, really wonderful, so thank you for that. I also want to echo what Mr. Kruesel said. The taxes are going up. DMC is increasing the value of our community, so they think. They're increasing the tax base. I appreciated you, DeAngelos, bringing your economic perspective to this whole process. However, if you listen to Joe Minicozzi's Urban 3 presentation on the economic value of our community, it is for a very, very distinct subset. So what you've brought through this concept plan is engaging the public, offering space for people to be the community that we are and also of what we are becoming. So thank you so very much. I'm mostly looking forward to ditching the FEMA designation of a canal and redesignating it a river. That's really what I want to see happen. So I really encourage my colleagues. I'd love a 7-0 vote on this. I think it's really, really great, and I'm so excited to see something come to east of Broadway.
So wonderful to hear you with such good energy and passion. Second much of what you had to say. Councilmember Campion.
Ooh, 7-0 vote, huh? No, I'm just kidding. I think, like, this is good work. I think in the end, the expectation was that we laid out a framework that helped paint the picture for where we see this area go. It is true, like, we have significant control over this property, so what looks like a future council will have to make some difficult decisions about trade-offs and what's the right thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, like, I too have been historically swept up in activation as its own end, and I will say, like, what I've appreciated about this process is kind of a dogged determination to hold on to the need for things to have pro formas and to perform and to be cash flow positive or to be able to be economically viable, essentially, to produce. And that's been, continues to be my concern with the properties is there are ways to develop these that, again, become too aspirational in some ways. We shouldn't let that limit us as we're in this phase. But as we move into the execution phase, it's always that, what are the right trade-offs? What are the right ways to look at this? And I think it gets back to, as Councilmember Palmer started to indicate, like, if certain things are going to become aspirationally important to us, let's make sure we understand what the objective is we're asking for applicants to meet. And I think one of the worst possible outcomes to this is we send out the RFPs or RFQs, we get back some proposals, and then we go back and try and move the field goal about what the actual goal was supposed to be. That would be really catastrophic, frankly, to our kind of brand on the market for working with both world-class developers and others that can come to town. So other than that, I mean, I think this is a really solid plan. I did like, as Councilmember Keene pointed out, the kind of emphasis on looking at that east side as maybe a first step. Make sure we get the test of waters. And I think, test the waters, sorry. I just want to say kudos to the team that put this together. I think in particular, working really hard to meet with each one of us individually to make sure we're listening. It is really critical, and it's a citywide impact. So I appreciate that about the plan.
Councilmember Dennis?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I do think, I agree with Councilmember Kirkpatrick that it's a wonderful start and great. I wrote down some of the words that people used: radical transformation, envisioning together a world-class park. I mean, if we have an ability to do amazing things, I think we should really push it to do as much as we can. Like I see a building in this diagram. I mean, can we put affordable childcare? Can we make the top of the building a place to overlook the city and do events and stuff that are multicultural and connected? And I just think there's so many things that can be done more if we are using funds and expertise to start anew. So I do agree it's wonderful, but I think we can add more safety for environment and more of our principles and values that we have as a city into making different changes in this. I do have to also say I think I look at the public engagement, and I know Ms. Steinhauser said it was a robust engagement, and it does look so on paper. I do think there's a lot of work put into it, but having attended some of the public engagement events, a lot of the people were repeated people. A lot of people were people who were the staff who I see here in front of me, and very active and outspoken repeat participants. So I do think there are a lot of people who weren't involved in the engagement, and so I would hope that whoever comes to do development continues with that. People feel downtown is kind of a dying downtown. There's no jazz clubs, there's no dance places, there's no place that people can, socialize as things close, and less places as people can socialize. And so even though I do appreciate all the engagement, and I know we talked about how co-designers were picked and how things were implemented, but I think we can do more when we ask the developers to meet the needs of the city. So, thank you.
Any final comments? All right. Well, thank you so much to your team. We'll do the vote and really appreciate all the great work.
Point of order, we have a vote on the amendment and then the vote?
Yeah, we are voting on the amendment, which just adds the 5 points on the slide. Maybe Ms. Steinhauser, you can pop it out. Yeah, sure. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. Motion on the amendment carries. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion? All right, with that, we will vote on the amended motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. We got your 7-0. Motion carries. Whoop, whoop.
Did it.
Great work. Thank you so much for being here and all of your work.
Thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it.
All right, we are on item H1, our first report and recommendation. And this is the contract with Alliant Engineering, Inc. for 48th Street Southwest and Commercial Drive Southwest intersection improvements, project number J6068, and this originated as a CIA from Councilmember Keene and myself, I believe. Mr. Badzina, we have you queued up when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, Mayor, President, and council members. Sam Badzina with Public Works. As you noted, the action here tonight is approving the contract. There's also a second action, adding this project into our 2023 capital improvement program. This following up from the council-initiated action. We did an intersection control evaluation, which is what the report is. Basically, what we found from the report is that safety-wise, the intersection is currently performing at approximately the statewide average crash rate for similar intersections. So in terms of the number of crashes, divided by the number of vehicles entering, it's about average. As far as speeds, we check speeds, approaching intersection from the east, the average speed is about 32 miles per hour, and approaching from the west, it's about 51 miles per hour. So it's a little unbalanced. When you're pulling off of that side street stop sign, it can be difficult to judge the gaps in traffic and pick a safe time to pull out. Looking at traffic volumes, the intersection, it currently meets warrants for a change in control based on existing traffic volumes today. So not traffic volumes in 5 years, but today it is justified for a change in control, meaning either a traffic signal or a roundabout. And looking at different options, we do believe that the single lane roundabout it's the safest option. It has the most traffic calming benefits, right? So it'll solve the problem of those unequal speeds coming in from both directions. And the single lane roundabout will perform better than a traffic signal, both with existing and future traffic volumes. So that's what we're recommending moving forward with. And that's all I've got. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions? Councilmember Kirkpatrick, then Campion.
Thank you. Why don't we save the city a lot of money and just put in a 4-way stop?
So that was one of the alternatives that was analyzed. We really don't think that an all-way stop is appropriate out there. There's 14 total approach lanes between all of the 2 lanes each way going through and all the turn lanes out there. So you could theoretically have 14 cars show up at the same time, and everybody's trying to figure out who goes first. But then also the all-way stop warrants are a little bit different than traffic signal. It actually doesn't even meet the warrants for an all-way stop quite yet.
Thank you. All right, other questions? Councilmember Campion, sorry, of course.
Sorry, given that this is kind of like a report and recommendation, if we step back, how should this process work going forward? Because I'm a little bit concerned about the idea that a CI leads to an expenditure of $2.7 million. That's somewhat unplanned and unexpected. Is this how this should work, or what should we expect happens going forward?
It doesn't have to every time. Obviously, we do corridor studies. Developments come in, and they want to. We require traffic studies all the time, and a lot of times improvements will be identified there. Likewise, with projects that we do on our own, like the bus rapid transit project, identified a bunch of future needs as well. I didn't mind this coming through as a council-initiated action. I think when you look at the Shops on Main area and County Road 101 is currently being realigned, and it's going to feed directly into 48th Street. You got Scenic Oaks development, all that residential being built out to the west. It's just a lot of small things that built up, and we don't always capture all of those kinds of things. But with all of that, we do recommend moving forward with this project. We think that it is a good time to do this.
You good?
I thought Councilmember Keene was going to reply.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to react too, and I know Mr. Budzinga, again, we've worked on this, and it did start out that way, and it was a fatality accident, and it isn't the right way as far as I would think for doing how we want to start doing capital and adding projects in. So I do understand the concern, but there's a couple of reasons this is in front of us tonight. One is because it was a council-initiated action and it's coming back. But the other is that there really is state aid money for this. This is not like changing something else. Theoretically, you can use it you might be able to use it for something else, but it can be done. So there was a little bit of opportunistic thing here. But what's really in front of us tonight is to do the 2022 engineering work so that we can get the state aid money in 2023. So I agree that I don't like looking at individual separate projects. I'd rather the staff look at what we do in our budget process, what we do in our CIPs. But there is a reason this one came back separately. And to me, the real driver was this idea of we can get 2023 state aid money, but we have to do the engineering in 2022 to make that happen. And if you look at the resolutions tonight, it is to approve both that upfront engineering work and then the overall project.
Councilmember Campion, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly, because earlier on what I thought I heard was that it met this state, what was the first standard you said it meant? Was it traffic volume standards?
Yeah, so there's different basically criteria that would, for a traffic signal or roundabout, would be justified or warranted. So they call it the signal warrants, where you could consider a roundabout as an alternative. So it meets the signal warrant based on traffic volumes.
What did it, you said, I thought you said earlier on that it was about in line with the average intersection across the state.
That is when comparing crash rates.
So this is this is, certainly extremely tragic, and to stand in the way of improvement when there's been a tragedy at this intersection is not what I'm looking to do. But what I am looking to do is to call out that for the better part of 8 years, I've been pushing for intersection improvements all over my ward. And because there has not been a traffic, fatality, we have not taken action. And my hard part with this is it reinforces the idea that we wait for a fatality to do something. And we can say that's not what's happening, but that was the first words out of your mouth, I think, was that there was a fatality at this intersection.
So I do want to respond, and it's why the CAI.
I want to have a conversation.
It was on my. I have a list, and I meet with Public Works, both county and city, and this was one of the 5 or 6 south side roads that had this. But it did give us the emphasis to do it. But the real thing that happened here, the council initiated action didn't push this. It's the fact that it meets the warrants. And that's really why Public Works came back and said, and we can get the state aid money. There's a little bit of opportunistic things happening here during this. But I think the key thing here is that it's not just that the neighbors want something, it's that it meets the warrants for this.
So Councilmember Campion's asked a question. We've gone back and forth a couple times about process. If there's further process discussion, I'd like to have that elsewhere than here on this particular item.
How can we move forward on this without having a discussion about the process that led us to the point?
Yes, I believe the process has been clarified.
But the process, if the process to get here is, so what I guess is I'm asking is you're about to ask for a vote on $2.4 million worth of allocation. Mm-hmm. What will happen the next time someone shows up with the CIA? Is the decision point going to be... Is that
relevant to this particular topic?
Yeah, because we're about to spend $2.3 million and set a precedent that we're going through the CIA process to do that.
Well, then that would be a good discussion to have as part of a motion, but we are still in questions for staff right now, and Councilmember Palmer has
It's a report and recommendation. We should have these discussions because it's important. We're about to have a discussion about the policy for code of conduct, and we're going to spend all night talking about this, but we won't talk about how we spend $2.4 million.
Can we just pause, though, because you two are bantering back and forth, and Councilmember Palmer's calmly raising his hand and waiting his turn, so we can get back to you in a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Palmer.
I think I can help because I was not a fan of doing this, and the reason I wasn't a fan of doing it originally was what trips it? And that's what Mr. Campion's asking. What trips us to say we need to do a traffic study? And Sam, can you tell me approximately what the traffic study cost? Ballpark?
I believe it was around $28,000.
Okay, so let's say it's $30,000. And so really what the CIA was for was to say, let's spend $30,000 and let's see if this intersection needs to be upgraded. And if you read that report, and I've read it, and they're fascinating, they really are, but you read that report, it says you need to do this, and the staff has recommended we do a 2.6. So the CIA really was, let's spend $30,000 on this. Now, in my ward, in the 5th ward, I worked with the county in front of Century High School prior to an accident going, things aren't looking good here, we need to do something. And they did this traffic study, and they said, yes, we need to do something. And so this year, we're doing the engineering. Next year, they're building it. And so it's frustrating to wait that 2 years, but I think, I'm just going to rephrase it, I think the CIA was, let's do a traffic study to see where we are.
Yeah.
The frustration I have is that we don't have enough money in our budget to do the intersections that Mr. Campion is talking about, because every ward has 5 or 6 intersections that could be done at a $30,000 a piece, and they may come back to say none. I'll give you one more story. On East River Drive in northeast Rochester, I had complaints. I told the lady, yeah, I don't think it's not a big deal. They did the traffic study, and yes, it was a big deal, and they did put traffic calming in that area. So, I mean, you can't tell me as an average person if you need it or not. But the traffic study that Sam does, and Sam cares, and we all care, but I mean, he looks at the traffic study as a scientific, this is what will fix it. So I understand your frustration, Mr. Campion, but I think that's how we got into this, and yes, we are spending $2.6 million.
So, Mr. Bedzina, can I ask a question about how you consider, or why you consider this a priority compared to some of the other projects on your list that are in your plans?
Yes, and I'd like to address a couple of those comments too.
Sure, go ahead.
So first, the council-initiated action was identifying that there's a problem here and asking for recommendations. What we came back to recommend was that we recommend the right thing to do here is to hire a consultant to do the traffic study. So that came back as a separate action after the council-initiated action. And this report is the result of hiring them to do that. As far as the fatal crash, there is for traffic signals based on the number of crashes. What we're recommending is not actually based on crashes. Obviously, the crash last year was very tragic. And it's actually very hard for me to come in here and say, I know there was a fatal crash here, but it's actually operating pretty average and the way that we would expect it to operate. It's just hard for me to say that even as a traffic engineer. And so if our recommendation is not just based on that one crash though, it's really based on the volume of traffic out there. And we do expect it to grow more. As those traffic volumes increase, it's going to be harder and harder for cars to find a gap to pull out into. But because there aren't a lot of crashes happening out there, it didn't stick out to us as an area that we needed to focus on. So it was actually pretty helpful having the council-initiated action, having us look at this.
Councilmember Campion, go ahead.
I mean, like, that is the problem. Like, I supported the council-initiated action in order to encourage it to be evaluated amongst the ones we should already be considering. But the idea is that it didn't stick out to them. It didn't meet the warrants based on the basis of the data. And then we promoted it by the council-initiated action.
I got to speak. That's not accurate. In the report right now, you got it. What the traffic engineer has told you is that it didn't meet. We're worried about accidents. It says it doesn't meet that. But by traffic volumes and speeds, it does meet the warrants and should be fixed.
Fair. Like, sorry, I misstated that. I guess my argument is how many intersections around the city meet that standard? And so, like, my problem is, like, we may be spending the money on one that should be further down the list as measured by that standard.
This would normally go into the normal CIP work in the next couple months for the 2023. But if we do that, we won't get the engineering done, we won't get it done, and the state aid money is there for 2023. So I feel like this is being a little more opportunistic. And again, I want to make sure you don't misstate, but the staff isn't saying they don't think, they are recommending doing this based on the what they discovered doing the traffic study.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like, I have no information by which to make a qualitative assessment of how we should be expending the municipal state aid funds. I will say I have multiple municipal state aid roads in my ward that have traffic problems on them. So I am ultimately, quite concerned. And it's not that I am not fearful of the fact that the intersection is not operating safely, because I agree with Sam's traffic engineer Bazinga. Like, it is clearly not doing that. But there's a lot of intersections that meet that standard. And so to put me in a position that says, look at this one in isolation and make a $2.3 million decision about it, it's somewhat, it puts us in a really bad spot. There's not actually a recommendation that this is the best expenditure of municipal state aid funds. It says it's eligible for it.
Yeah.
Again, you're getting a staff recommendation to it. I see the city administrator's Elms. Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I think you're making some good points about process and prioritization. Go ahead, Ms. Elms.
Thank you. I just want to point out that this is part of why we prioritized having a second traffic engineering position in the 2023 budget. So I don't know if Ms. Turi, or if Sam could comment, excuse me, Mr. Bedzina, could comment on whether or not that might help to look through some of those things and prioritize what might already be on the list, because all of these don't end up going to a outside engineer when we get requests, but we have one-ish.
Yeah. Yes. Like I said earlier, I do review a lot of traffic studies, and I can name several intersections across town that we expect to meet these criteria in the next 5 to 10 years. They're just not quite there yet. It's actually pretty rare that we study one and say, okay, this meets the warrants right now. But to the point about the assistant traffic engineer, yes, that will help tremendously in our ability to be more proactive about identifying these and less reactive.
Oh, Mayor Norton.
I'm just going to add, I think this has been a really interesting discussion, and I completely understand where it's coming from. I do want to say that part of the data lines work that we're talking about is exactly what this will be about. And so as I listened to this, and I talked to the staff earlier today, traffic is one of the areas that we could do a better job collecting data and making decisions about, rather than waiting for a CIA and having something move to the top that, where Mr. Campion's arguing that maybe his should have been. So, I'm hoping that moving ahead we'll do a better job in the next year.
So this might be a really obvious question, but Councilmember Campion, have you worked with the traffic engineers to see what intersections may be on the list for the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, to be entirely honest with you, I've been met with nothing but setbacks working through these traffic engineering problems. And it's a reality that I pushed for these rapid flashing beacons and other crossing improvements and other sorts of stuff all over the place. And I'm always quoted that, they're $25,000 to $40,000 per installation. And that is a roadblock. When we get that, that's a roadblock. But all of a sudden we can find $2.3 million. That's 96 installations of flashing beacons. So I'm sorry I'm frustrated about it, but it's not apples and oranges to the citizens who come and ask us constantly to improve their roads. It's the same exact bucket, and I know it's different. And you can talk about state aid, but I know how the buckets work, and we can flip dollars wherever we want. I mean, I'm a little bit chagrined. I know that there's a reason. I appreciate Councilmember Keene is pushing this because he represents the ward and he should push it. I'm just frustrated that this is going to become the Hunger Games of everyone pushing their own ward's difficult projects through instead of having people show up with, no, it's not just expenditure, it is the best expenditure of municipal state aid funds, because I don't want to be second guessing Councilmember Keene's, incentive here. I don't want that. I want staff to show up and be like, this is the best expenditure of funds, or we're doing it for this reason. That isn't what the staff report says, hence why I'm here, unfortunately, blowing up the scene on this particular issue to try and get to the bottom of, is this the best expenditure?
I think it's great to have this conversation, at least to start it. It seems like it will take some more work to actually come up with any refinement of process. So, Ms. Turi, go ahead.
Council members, Council President, Mayor, I just wanted to kind of reaffirm, we've had this exact discussion as amongst ourselves, Sam, Dylan, and myself, talking about how do we say this is the most important one to do. We know it's important. We know it's needed. We did the traffic study. We're hopeful when we get the assistant traffic engineer that will allow us to do a better job of prioritizing what we need to do and bring this forward. But this is what we have today.
So can I divide this? Can I ask to divide this to pay for the engineering now and to wait to authorize the expenditure of municipal state aid funds?
I mean, you can motion whatever you'd like.
I'm looking at Councilmember Keene because he's been most intimately involved. I'm just wondering, they're separable things.
I worked with the staff, and just like Councilmember Camper, I met with these people, and most of the things I bring don't get anywhere because so this is not that I have some magic road into public works. This one rose above the other ones, and I think as both Mr. Bazingas pointed out, they got a little surprised when they looked at the warrants here. And again, you saw the community really struggled with who to send and talk, because this is important to them. But I guess I want to do the two-part amendment to move to amend the capital program to include 48th Street, and then authorize, part two, to authorize the contract with Alliant Engineering for the design work in 2022.
Second.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Keen.
I think I'll step back.
Beating the drum. Go ahead, Councilmember Campion.
Can I just ask the mechanics of specifically what item 1 does? It doesn't actually allocate the funds. Is that correct? It just puts it as a note in the CIP.
Correct. You'd still approve the 2023 CIP come December, and we'll also get the authorization to advertise for bids, and then you would approve the construction contract also as another separate action in the future.
That probably meets my expectation. So I'm going to make a motion to amend to instruct staff to return with a process for prioritization of the expenditure of intersection improvement funds starting in 2023 for a committee study session in early 2023 would be my goal.
Disjointed. Okay, Councilmember Campion, can you tell me how that
Is an amendment
ties
to
to
this?
the original motion? It's a little
amendments, whatever
ready.
you want, and I had a second, and I think it's a good idea, and I think we should dispense with it now, but ultimately, I have a hard time voting to support this without the idea that we're coming back with a clear process by which to prioritize future expenditures. Maybe I can get on this one to say we didn't have a clear process, but I won't vote for it without the idea that we're remedying the future problems.
Okay, so that amendment is specifically tied to this project.
This is tied to the motion to approve this. It doesn't have anything to do with the project, but that's not a prerequisite of a motion or amendment.
All right. Councilmember Kirkpatrick, then Keen.
So I appreciate your amendment, Mr. Campion, but I just want to clarify what intersection improvements mean and if there's a monetary value attached to it. Please recall last fall I submitted a council-initiated action seconded with Bransford and Carlson to improve safety for cyclists at the corner of Civic Center Drive and East Center Street while also adding parking meters. The recommendation came back from staff saying that yes, that was warranted. However, my suggested location would be bettered by extending. Then on May 2nd, we had Brett Osby join us from We Bike Rochester requesting that we go ahead and move forward on that. Then on June 22nd, there was actually an accident where a cyclist was injured. And I responded, including staff, stating that I would be bringing that up at our next council meeting, which is this evening. So I will be bringing that up under other business, and Bransford and Carlson, I just sent you that email. So what monetary value are we placing on this amendment? Because the request I made back in April when the traffic study came back is exactly this same thing, except for that it's really inexpensive to paint some lines by Sir Lines a Lot, which we've already approved for this year, and add a couple of parking meters.
Clarify, crystal clear. What's
Just
your
for
amendment?
staff to return with a process by which we're using to prioritize the projects that we're funding on a regular basis, so that we don't have to use the CIA every single time to fight over which one's going to get preference. I thought we had the entire conversation essentially about the lack of clear statement about what we're going to prioritize.
Sorry, traffic improvement projects? Like, what's your...
The expenditure of funds it is traffic improvements. There's not really an easy, I guess we could narrow it to intersections, but we should also prioritize making non-intersection improvements, crosswalks and other things. We essentially need a process by which we can expend these monies and feel confident we're making the best investment.
Ms. Elms, go ahead.
Councilmember, I believe that we have the neighborhood traffic calming process coming back on a study session. I think that it's an August 12th study. I don't think that's the right day. It's maybe the second study session in August, and maybe Mr. Bedzina remembers, but perhaps that might be also a place to have that conversation.
August 15th.
August 15th.
So the neighborhood traffic management program has its own problems and is also a victim of systemic underfunding. So I'm happy to talk about it there, but this is wholly different. This is why in here does it not say this is the single best expenditure of municipal state aid funds?
Okay, let's get to a crystal clear amendment.
I,
Just traffic improvements?
okay, what is the standard we want to use for clear? We have spent all evening, well, we spent the last 45 minutes debating if this is the best, the highest and best use of municipal state aid funds for this intersection. I guess what I'm trying to get at is a way that is not driven by a council-initiated action. Staff should be able to produce a system by which we are ranking intersections and the applicability of different funds and then promoting the ones that should be the highest and first ones we should invest in.
Mr. Bedzina, does that resonate with you, or what would you recommend?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that I think that we do that in the CIP. I think that's kind of what the CIP is for. That's how we prioritize and bring these forward. With this project, we looked at other projects in the CIP that are out in the next 6 years, but we didn't identify anything that we felt was a higher priority that we were ready to move forward to do instead of this project. We do feel like this is the right time to do this project, and it should be a high priority.
This is the problem. That should have been in the packet. And frankly, it shouldn't have been driven by Councilmember Keene showing up with the CIA. That's the problem. I don't want it being discovered serendipitously that Councilmember Keene shows up and that is the driver of that. I want that to happen automatically, and we just get it and we just invest in the right ones.
And I think staff are saying that we are limited in staffing in some ways to identify those top priorities unless there's this additional investment about.
Bring it back and tell us that that's a solution. What I want is that said out loud is the solution, because then when we fund it, the expectation is that it is fixed.
Okay. All right. So we have Councilmember Kirkpatrick, then Keene, then Councilmember Dennis. Go ahead. Finish up.
Thank you. I think it was just clarified, but I believe what you're trying to say, Mr. Campion, is that our city is not what it was 10 years ago. The growth we have accrued is so great. The traffic patterns has changed so significantly. We've got more people on the road, and we need our traffic safety department to be more robust in assessing the upgrades and changes that need to happen and make sure we get it into the budget so that we can implement things that need to be implemented to protect the people when they're on the road, whether it's cyclists, pedestrians, automobiles, motorcycles.
I feel like that put a lot into it. I just want to know that this is the best one. Mr. Bedzina said the right answer at the end. I just want to know that the next best one in the line, we will find it before there's a fatal accident and a council member has to put together a CIA, right? Our expectation should be we find them before the fatal accident. And I know that's an impossible goal. There's going to be a fatal accident and we're not going to have improved the intersection, but if this is the one, what was the reason we didn't find it? That's what I'm working back to, is why doesn't the process find these, so anyway.
Yeah, Councilmember Keene.
So I do understand the amendment. I'm way uncomfortable with the fact that it's not tightly tied to what the motion is. I wanted to ask our attorney, Spindler Craig, if you're good with the idea with what Councilmember Campion says, that, or is it clerk, that a motion doesn't have to be tied to it. It just doesn't feel right. I would support this motion, although I do think it comes back to this higher level problem of how do you identify the problems and do it right? I think the answer is that's our CIP project right now, and the fact is it's not bulletproof. But I want to stick to this thing about I want to get comfortable approving a motion that isn't tightly tied to the original business that we're working.
You can do whatever you want.
Is there an opinion, or legal, or a clerk's opinion?
Go ahead, Clerk Giesler.
Council President, Councilmember Keene. The motion has been made and seconded. There's no specific rule either in this council rules or in Robert's rules that says that the motion has to be tied. That's it.
It will be tied if we.
It will be tied, but it's not tied and blocking the project from happening. I guess I should. I actually am good with the idea of having this work done, but I don't. I feel like I'm doing messy work. that I'm putting things together that don't belong together.
It's like approving the plan and the next steps. Like, it's just a matter of if the council agrees that those are generally related. Like, there's no litmus test for those are related enough. So I think
Actually, it's closer to approving a project and then approving a hire in the same thing. It had nothing to do with the, yeah.
right.
It's not the same.
Councilmember Dennis has been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just like maybe a point of order before, I think Robert's rules there's a lot of back and forth a little bit. So, but my thought is I believe Councilmember Campion's idea is wonderful and definitely needs to be looked at. I know there's things happening already. So I don't think, I just have a hard time, if you talk about setting precedences, when people slip in other amendments to motions that have nothing to do with the actual motion, sets an issue in the future where people could say, well, I'm not voting for this unless we amend it and add a totally completely different thing onto it. Well, if you really want something to pass, council members might be like, oh, geez, let's just put that amendment on there so that we can get this issue done. And so I do agree with the amendment, but I don't believe it should be tied to this motion. I believe it should be a separate CIA or a separate something that definitely should be looked at. And, we didn't have time to read it over and analyze it prior. So I can't support the amendment because I don't think it's good for future councils to say, well, we can just attach anything we want to any kind of motion in order to, give my vote out. I don't like that.
We can technically.
literally all I've ever done up here is try and negotiate the outcomes that I think are best for the city. And if that means trading my vote, then that means trading my vote. Like, it's about the outcome.
It is about the outcome. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, like a little banter here. But I'm not going to support the motion just because it was attached to something that is it is a different issue. So, but I do support this motion. I think what the staff has said, that is expected to grow, that it meets the requirements, it's warranted. I mean, I definitely, there's some trust issues sometimes on what you believe staff is, but this, when it comes to people's safety, I really believe the staff has the best interest. And so I would be supporting this motion, not necessarily the amendment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Keene.
I guess, again, mine is the original motion. I understand the problems with it, but based on staff input, I'm going to support the motion. I think it is something that we probably would get some value out as we get into CIPs. I wish it were a separate other business, but I'm going to support it because the staff tells me this is a fine way to do business. And again, I really do understand the concerns here, and I had them from the point 2 weeks ago when I saw this coming, and I believe the staff has worked hard to address those too and struggled with bringing this here, but they've come to the point that they think this is the right thing to do. So I am going to support it.
Thank you for that. Final thoughts? All right, let's vote on the amendment. Can you give us as close to the language as you possibly can, Councilmember Campion?
To instruct staff to return in early 2023 to a study session with a strategy for prioritizing roadways for future funding. Roadway improvements for future fundings is what I meant to say. I'm going to just leave it at that. And they've been party to this conversation. They know what the expectation is.
Yeah. Mr. Benzina, is that close enough?
Yeah, I think we can figure something out to bring back.
All right, thank you. All right, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion?
Despite the frustrating battle tonight about this, I am glad we're going to address this road that needs it.
Thank you. All right, all in favor say aye on the motion, the amended motion.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to H2, which is the updated assessment policy, and I believe that's over to Mr. Dombrowski. Ready? There you are. Go ahead.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council President, members of the council. I am here tonight bringing back the updated assessment policy to the council based on our discussion last summer when we reviewed the current policy and the inconsistencies in how we were delivering projects that use special assessments, seeking feedback and guidance from the council. At that time, the council was looking to take a more equitable approach to assessments on projects, and the direction was to bring back a policy that identified a target percentage of the project that would be assessed to the abutting property owners, for which the amount being assessed would be broken out based on property values and proportion based on property values. So the sort of items, we're not obviously assessing everything, which we've talked about before, but the eligible items that we would be including, as we have in the past, are the roadway grading and paving, curb and gutter, driveway approaches, et cetera. The other utilities are funded via the enterprise funds that we have for sewer and water and stormwater. And also does not include the aesthetics and streetscaping that we'll sometimes include on more higher volume corridors that we're doing a broader streetscape project. So our team worked, spent time putting the updated document together, as well as working with the attorney's office, making sure it's obviously still legal as it meets the state statutes. And again, it's more equitable, which was a desire of the council. So tonight, really the action we're looking for, the city's been using special assessments for decades, and there are a number of former resolutions that tonight's action, we're recommending adopting the updated policy, and the resolution would supersede all those previous actions. So with that, I am here for questions.
Mr. Dombrowski, I have a quick question. On the page of financing of public improvements, can you remind us why we are limited, if we are, to those particular bullets around who could be eligible for deferment? It's on page 781 in the packet.
Yeah, that's currently our city's policy. And I'd have to do some more digging, but I think it also is based on some statewide language that we're able to use for that sort of deferment. As with any project, though, we do always have the opportunity to, if we want to look at changing the payback time period, we do have flexibility as we're doing projects. So this isn't so rigid that we're always doing the exact same thing in the same terms with projects. So we do have some flexibility that we can always talk through when we bring back projects at the initial hearing stage when we're talking assessments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it does reference Minnesota state statute. Just wondering, great categories of people who would potentially be able to access that opportunity for deferment, but I know there are other people with different types of concerns that also come forward and ask about how they might defer or be exempt from payment.
Council President, if I may, that is listed out in state law.
It is state law. Yeah, I figured. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Palmer.
I have a couple questions for you. My understanding, and we've had this discussion a long time, we can only assess the property owner for the value that we increase the property. That's not changing, is that correct?
Correct. The state statute says we cannot assess above the benefit that the property would see. So as we looked back on the typical amounts that were being assessed to the project and identified the target percentage, which we're only taking 25% of the total cost of those roadway improvements I mentioned, which in turn, we're then working from when we look at overall project and considering all the other elements with utilities, sidewalks, streetscaping, then all of a sudden we're down at the total project cost is really only in the, a lot of times 7 to 10% range. We had just been with our former rate sheet and by the linear foot, we had been seeing many more objections on recent projects. And as you know, that those come back, they would have to work their way through court. We begin to spend a lot of extra time and money trying to defend that. So we're trying to bring back something that is more in line with what we've been seeing, that provides the benefit yet doesn't exceed the benefit in what we're assessing, and allows us to, still be a funding mechanism to help pay for a portion of the project.
Okay, and then the second one, if I read this correctly, we're not touching sidewalks yet?
No, so we'll be bringing the sidewalk improvement district back and the options. We're planning to have that back in front of the council this fall, November, December timeframe.
So if we're doing this fall, are we out right now marking sidewalks in other districts, and are we going to then change our policy midway through?
We're currently on hold. We're not, advancing the project at this point until we work through those details on sidewalk improvement district with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right. Motion. I didn't write a motion. All right.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Campion, you have the floor.
I mean, in terms of house cleaning before I leave the council, this is one of the great fights between Councilmember Palmer and I. So I'm glad to have this documented and to be working toward, what we call kind of like the practical achieved result, even if it isn't what we think is right. This is what we've practically been doing on projects for a long time, and it's easier just to shoot from that out of the gate rather than getting all the different legal entities involved to get there anyway. So I think it's a reasonable outcome. For those of you who may not have been involved, I think this is really critical to watch in terms of overall government expenditure as this trends toward zero assessment. There's less and less public participation. So it's a good thing to keep some of it.
Thank you for that. And I just want to say to the engineering team, this document is really well done. I actually read the whole thing and understood it really well. So appreciate that it's in user-friendly language. Any other comments, discussion? All right. Well, thank you. And we'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much to the engineering team. We put you through a lot lately, Sam, but appreciate it. All right. Do we need a quick break before we move on to the CIA? Oh, no, excuse me. We have the H3, and I know we have Captain Stillwell here, so we will take on that item. Councilmember Dennis, this is the school resource officer item that was pulled from the consent agenda, and you're up. And again, Captain Stillwell is here to answer questions or provide additional information.
Yes, thank you so much. So I pulled it for a couple of reasons. Just the process of having officers contracted. I was unaware of how that all worked, and so I've talked to a few who I know the person here mentioned Hy-Vee has one. I know Chateau Theater has a police officer that they hire. And so the school district also hires. And I talked to a couple school board members, and they gave me a number, which is a little different than what I see here. So we live in an age that safety is a huge issue. And so we're talking about the budget, and the biggest use of our budget, $33 million, is the police department. So I just wanted to have perhaps Officer Stillwell, an explanation of how that works when officers are contracted through the school district or through any other entity. How does that impact the city with losing an officer? Can it be done in a different way to save money on both the school district side and the city side? Just a little bit more, because this impacts budgets and all, and is an important issue, I think, on many levels. Thank you.
So sure, thank Mayor and members of the council. I think it's important that we don't confuse things here. Obviously, we have business relationships where we provide security. Hy-Vee wouldn't be one of those. They have their own private security. So again, I think we have an agreement with the Mayo Clinic to provide hospital resource officers, which is a fully funded. They pay for everything. We have various we call them extra duty work, where any business could call us and say, I need 2 cops for a wedding or a rap concert or whatever it might be. That's paid directly to the city at cost. And then we have the relationship with the school district, which we believe is much more of a partnership, that it's not fully funded by the school. It's a partnership for us to be in that environment and do the work that needs to be done, because I know I don't need to tell you, but what happens in the school transfers into the community at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and over the weekend, and then comes back into the school on Monday morning. So we believe the value of being there outweighs whatever lost revenue we might have. In conducting this process, which has been a year-long process for us with the school district, we don't believe there would be less police in the schools if we didn't assign them there, but we do believe there'd be less qualified police. We believe that it would be officers that were coming from, a shoplifter at Walmart, and now we're going into the school not knowing where the lines of responsibility and accountability lie. And I wouldn't know all the resources that are available to them outside traditional system resources, which are really criminal justice involvement in student activity. So the number is, we believe, is at a level where it provides some revenue for the extra service they're getting, but it's also providing a greater community benefit. And we believe it's a fair split of cost at this point.
What is the cost? Because I got a couple numbers obviously here in the council packet, but also I got what is how much does the police department make? I don't know if that's the right word, from hiring out officers to do events like I think the Chateau Theater has an officer every weekend.
But that's not germane to the topic.
Well, perhaps I could, if you're asking about when there's a request for officers, that's a direct reimbursement. So they don't make money, it offsets the cost. So it's not a cost to the city and the taxpayers. It's an offset of what the cost of those officers are.
Okay. Well, and I do think obviously safety of children is very, very important. I do like the wording that has been altered this year. It's a year-by-year contract, so I do think there's a lot of improvements to be sensitive to many different walks of life of children. So I'm not against this at all. I guess I'm concerned that taking officers off the street when we've had shortages. Obviously, looking at every way to cut the budget down. That's why I originally looked into it, thinking wasn't quite sure how this works. And so I guess my question, has there been other ways of I believe, I can't remember if it's in the cities, but where they have officers in a certain neighborhood assigned so that they would be familiarized with the school per se, because they are assigned to, I've heard this been done in other, what do they call it? Community, police community, something where an officer is stationed and knowing that area. Would that?
Well, I think that's what many districts that are removing school officers are finding out, that the police are at their schools just as much, but they're not receiving the level of training and dealing with youth issues and trauma and mental health. And again, I say the way the system works now is the average day of a school resource officer is handling many problems that would take 2 or 3 police officers to handle, because they are part of the team and they partner with the district staff to de-escalate things rapidly. Clearly it's been a trying school year. The district will acknowledge that, as will we, but we believe the officers in those settings, working as part of a cohesive team, can de-escalate those things before you need 5 squad cars out in front of a school because there's a fight in the lunchroom. And again, I think we've done a lot of work with the school district. I think it's important to note that, the goal line here was a year ago when we started this was, we already have 4 votes, which is enough to get the school board to approve this, but that really wasn't good enough for us, thanks to the leadership of Chief Franklin and the superintendent. We worked with those board members some that had campaigned on removing cops from the schools. We heard their concerns. We invited them into the schools to watch the work and talk to the staff and talk to the SROs. And at the end of the day, after a lot of, I wouldn't even say negotiations, just honest conversations, they approved this 7-0.
Okay, thank you. I do think it was thought of highly by the school board members I talked to, and I think it's a needed thing in our society if it saves money, having someone who is there, not having to save time. So no, I really appreciate the clarification, and I really appreciate all that the police department does. So I would, I don't know if there's any other questions, but I would.
Councilmember Palmer had a question.
Okay.
No, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have some questions for you. I mean, I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that they're in the schools. I think you've been there 40 years, probably?
It's at least 30 that I can, for a long, long time. It's a well-established partnership.
In our philosophy, your philosophy of the police department, this is an investment in our community to outreach with some of the kids and so they get to know that you're a human being and you're here to help out, and that's a majority of your job, isn't it?
And that is the majority of what the SROs do. I think we're cutting edge on assessing threats. You don't see us closing down schools. That's a teamwork effort that we don't believe we could replicate without having the partnership due to concerns about data sharing. We are dealing with, social media threats on a regular basis that we believe we have a system in place with the help of the school to mitigate. And generally, things are just working a lot better because of the relationship. And we're moving that into the summer into engagement activities. The SROs are out there meeting with families and kids that need services, maybe not police services, but need other services. So it's just really been a positive relationship that we see the benefit in, and would really are constantly evaluating, what the worth of that is, I guess, and it's hard to say. But we know what happens, and the school district has been researching other alternatives, and they're not really finding any. The local departments are spending a lot more time in those schools because the SRO isn't there.
So, it's my understanding that your officers apply. It's not a seniority. It's personality. It's skill level of your officers.
100%. We interview with the school district, the site principals before we select anybody. The agreement spells out exactly how we remove people if they're not working out. Again, it takes a special skill set to be in a school. And understand both the needs of the community and the school and the police department. And so we're fortunate to have really great SROs that do just some really great work every day. And I think that is what some of the school board members saw when they went into those schools, just how the relationship might have not been fairly reported all the time, that these were individuals that were impacting, becoming another trusted adult for many kids that needed a lot of different kinds of support.
Well, I'll just finish with I appreciate the fact that you had 4 votes, but wanted to work and get all 7 on the school board to look at everything. I think that's phenomenal. That shows a good working relationship, and I appreciate that.
I would just add to Councilmember Dennis, your point about thinking about broader strategies. At our latest Olmsted County Justice Commission, Chief Franklin wasn't able to be at that meeting, but Superintendent Pickell was there to talk about some challenges that they continue to have in the schools, and I know certainly are on your radar and your team's radar, and how it's really this collective community responsibility, so more than just the city police department and the schools, but how do we work on shared strategies across the different partners that are represented on OCJC, and it was just really well received, and volunteers to form a subgroup to really think through ways to just think more broadly than just this one relationship that's critically important. And the work you've done in the last year, the language in this contract is stronger than I could have imagined. It's really nice to see that focus on equity and justice. So thank you for that. Councilmember Keene.
Yep. Yeah, again, I'm really glad to see the work with the school board on this and with the police and trying to get that sort of better consensus. I know that 2 years ago in, the troubled summer of 2020, I spent a lot of time with you on this because I was sort of distressed with the number of young people who wanted the police out of their schools. And even some teachers who I had respect for that saw some problems. But I've also seen your surveys that 90% of the students want to have them in there. And I really appreciate over the last couple of years, there's always these continuous improvements thing going on, kind of reduce the show of force, kind of, find these other sort of ways. And that idea of interviewing and making sure we get the right people in the schools is really critical. So thank you.
Councilmember Bransford.
I'll make it quick. One of the reasons why this is beyond critically important, and I'm glad you did get a 7-0 vote, is one of my children was attacked and got a broken collarbone. And the SRO was incredibly helpful to help him feel safe in the school and to kind of keep an eye on him and to get the person who did this some help as well. So, I mean, that's a very specific example that impacted my life where this is beyond very necessary, and I wish to thank you for all the hard work you do. Thank you.
All right, any final comments, questions? Thank you. All right, thank you, Captain Stillwell, for being here so late into the evening. We will go ahead and vote on the motion to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. All right, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break, reconvene about 10:47 or 10:45 on that clock. Very confusing.
Recording stopped.
That really limits the ability to do anything.
Yeah, he took my scarce. Here's one that was like,
I fixed it.
Which is some recommended updates to council rules of procedure and code of conduct. So I will go ahead and introduce the item and invite my colleagues, council members Palmer and Bransford and staff to add in before we turn it over for further discussion. But I'm going to just share a few thoughts here from my notes. Okay, since I began as council president, I've seen a number of situations unfold where I thought that adding language that reinforces the charter and clarifies the existing code of conduct and rules of procedure might help with effective meetings and engagement with staff, one another, and the public. This was reaffirmed at our council team building retreats, where we all agreed that further discussion on how to strengthen the code of conduct was warranted. Overall, I know we're constantly learning from our previous missteps, including this meeting, of course, and our meetings have improved dramatically in the past 18 months. However, one of the places I noticed that we've gone sideways on multiple occasions is during other business, which currently has little structure and unclear expectations. There have been a number of times where council members have brought up last-minute issues that the council is caught off guard and not prepared to speak to. I also do not believe bringing up publicly unnoticed significant policy considerations is an appropriate way to do business as a council. Based on how those discussions have unfolded and all of that thinking and feeling, or all of the thinking and feeling strengths on this council per our strengths assessment, it's clear to me that we do not operate at our best when this happens. I'd like to discuss what our expectations are during other business and how we can improve the rules to best reflect how that time should be used. There have also been a number of issues highlighted by our administration or fellow council members where additional guidance and expectations around how we individually interact with staff and the public would be helpful. Again, much of these considerations are included in less detail in the charter and the current code of conduct. Council members Bransford, Palmer, and I worked with Michael Spindler-Craig to think through a few potential starting points for language across these various areas to discuss with the council. This is not policy language. This is not final language. These are considerations for something for us to react to, for a dialogue about how we can function better together. I will turn it over to my colleagues first and then staff. Councilmembers Palmer or Bransford, would you like to add anything?
Not a lot. I think you said it very well. For me, the reason I signed off on this was primarily such that in other business, we had a little bit of structure around it. Not to muzzle or stifle, but other business, both when I've been on the council and the many I've seen beforehand, sometimes other business could have been a little bit of a wild, wild west. And I think some of the language that we have seen exists in other cities. And so it's not like we're just pulling this rabbit out of our hat and saying, see, we're doing something different. So I just think I'm actually going to steal a phrase from the city attorney. I think some guardrails on other business, that is a good thing. I don't think that, and I think I've been guilty of it too. I think I may have brought up something under other business that, maybe took other people by surprise. I think other business should be business, and I think some guardrails around it would be a very, very good thing. However that works out, however the language turns out, will we stifle a city council person that really needs to say something? Well, we saw it today. We suspended the rules and let people come up to the podium, even though we'd reached our time limit. If I, as a city council person, say, I have really got to discuss something that's very important, may I speak? I don't think that there would ever be an issue with that. So it's not about stifling, it's not about muzzling, it's not about taking away rights, because we always have the option before a meeting to email the city administrator, this is something I'd like to bring up. So for data symmetry, the whole rest of the city council knows what's coming. Or, if someone's pants are on fire and you really got to say something during other business, I think that we can do that, right? So I think I said I wouldn't say a lot, but I did. I think bottom line is, for me, very simply put, guardrails and other business is a good thing.
Thank you. Councilmember Palmer?
And for me, it's about being productive and I think respectful of staff and respectful of other council members, that if you have a problem, you have something that needs to be resolved, that you can send an email and get it on the agenda or get an answer. I try very hard to make sure that the city council or city administrator has my questions by Friday from the packet, so that they can answer questions and resolve some of it. So that's the reason I thought these were important. I'm not particularly sure that I would change any of them. If we were prepared to vote on this tonight, I'd be prepared to make that motion, but I'll wait.
Thank you. Before we invite other colleague comments, Administrator Zums or Michael Spindler-Craig, would you like to add any thoughts?
Madam President, council members, mayor, just a few reflections. There has seemed to have been some level of misinterpretation of what the CIA represents. Maybe that was in part because of the suggestion that Administrator Zelms or myself would be presenting it. But to be clear, this is a council-initiated action. This is your ideas brought forward after significant consideration and contemplation, informed in part by the extensive hours that all of you committed to the retreat process. I would echo many of the comments that Council President Carlson presented. I think they were well said. They reflected on the point that many of you have been frustrated at different times, perhaps on the receiving end and perhaps on the distributing end of other business chaos. Maybe chaos is too strong of a term, but that you've all indicated at times an interest in trying to set some additional expectations for what is appropriate and helpful for the council process. A few specific things about that point. Again, President Carlson perhaps reflected on these already, but this question of notice to your colleagues and to the public of an item that that you want to address. I think a number of you over time have felt a little bit caught off guard, wanting to be better informed on a particular topic, wanting more data. There's been times when we don't have staff members, of course, present to address what may be technical questions, complicated in parts. There have been times when topics have repeatedly come up through the open meeting process in a way that a number of your colleagues, I think, became frustrated by. Overlapping with that, I would add, is the concept that you're well aware of and sensitive to, the open meeting law, which is a general concept that we want to give the public notice of things that are going to come before this body, to give them an opportunity to be present, listen in if they want, to inform themselves, potentially to contribute to the conversation. So a few points there related specifically to one of these items. I would just remind you respectfully about the CIA process generally. It's a bit of a dance. You have an idea, you get a second person on the council that supports that idea enough to carry it forward. There's some collaboration with staff to try to set out a bit of a framework of what are you thinking, how do you put it in a form that's consistent with the work that you do, consistent with the law, and but we're not digging into it in significant detail, but enough detail to present to the body an idea of where you want things to go. So as Council President indicated, this isn't the meeting to decide on what that language should be. It's, is there enough here for four of you to approve carrying this forward for further discussion, come back with specific language that the body can consider, amend, reject, do what you will. Again, to be clear, these are your rules, your code of conduct. This isn't any attempt by either the city administrator or the city attorney to unduly influence what are your rules. Appreciate Councilmember Bransford's point that, of course, anytime with your rules that you set in the appropriate circumstances, you have the ability to set them aside with a 5/7 vote. Lastly, I would just reflect on some of the language that is in both the charter as well as in your council rules already. I would suggest that many aspects of what is in the bullets of the CIA is not inconsistent with what is already there. Particularly in the charter, there is just the general language that the Common Council shall have the power to determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for cause. And there have been at times these questions of what does that actually look like? What does it mean if you've decided that a member has pushed the boundaries of what your rules or code of conduct are? And the best time to set out those parameters is not in the midst of that difficult situation, but in part to set expectations, again, with your colleagues and your decision, what that should look like going forward. Maybe that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Elms?
Thank you, Council President. I don't really have much to add other than I do think it's important, since a lot of different thoughts were raised today, that currently in your council rules of procedure that exists today, it does identify that the council as a whole is a policy-making board, and as such, it is not the duty of the council to administer the day-to-day operations of the city. That directly is a reference in layman's terms from your city charter. It also, in section 3, already lays out as has already been approved several times by this council, that direction is given to city staff to pursue items that generally impact the public policy of the city by determining that there is little or no opposition during a study session or through a direct binding majority vote of the council at a special or regular business meeting, and that could occur as a council-initiated action, and that direction comes to the city administrator, and we determine whether or not there might need to be additional resources, in this case up to $2.7 million, depending on further council actions. It very clearly indicates that city staff, including the direct employees of the council, which means the common council, the administrator, and attorney, are not obligated to pursue items for only one council member. And that if the council member wishes to ask the city staff to work on an item, they must receive the consent of the council by either determining that there is a little or no opposition. It also indicates that time that's less than 30 minutes on something, which we regularly get, I don't know, maybe 25 to 30 different inquiries about different items that happen. I think one that was raised was if there was an issue with tall grass and weeds or constituent issue. Those are things that are already directed by many of your ordinances and policies, and so we work on those. When they rise to the level of needing council action, then that's the advice that we provide. So I think it's just important to point those things out based on that. And then I would just reflect on what was shared when we actually talked about some substantive changes back in July of 2021. And during that conversation, what we identified is that the council rules of procedure and code of conduct are important when all of the council and elected body are working together for the consistent process, operations, and communications, because it can help the council operate with deep respect for one another and consistently work at a policy level. It creates role expectations for the mayor, the council president, the council, different teammates, and we can clearly meet those expectations then. It allows us to focus our time and efforts on strategic priorities and guide the focus of our work according to the common council's desires. Teammates can then operate effectively in their administrative and operating capacity, and often will provide feedback saying we need a little bit more time to answer a question. And then individual elected officials have avenues to reach teammates, and what we've asked is to copy folks, and that's because sometimes we get the same question, and if we have the information, we can quickly disseminate the same answer or get to everybody. And then it contributes to that transparency and good governance, because we're not perhaps forwarding the Northwest traffic improvement projects for another area of town, I guess, to reference today. So that's just all I would add. I just think based on some of the things that were shared today, I think it's important to point out that those are already in your council rules of procedure and in the city charter.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Keene?
Thank you. So I want to speak today against this council-initiated action. But my reasons are less to do with the specific suggestions and more to do with how we use council-initiated actions and what our code of conduct is for. So I have three main concerns on approving this or directing staff to go do work on this. Number one, council-initiated actions are they are part of our council tool bag so that we have a way to bring up city business to get consensus to change. And we've seen them used that way off and on. But I always think of council-initiated actions, especially ones that go to the administrator and the attorney, as basically trumping our city priorities to work on other things. So I want to be much more careful about how we use them and make sure they're things for public good and not for, like, internal business. Number two, it has been the practice since I've been on the council, and I think for years before that, that when a new council is seated, you spend some time within those first 3 months looking at your code of conduct and your rules. And I did that back in 2019 when I got seated with the new council, and we did it again, and we tried to do it in 2021 and didn't get to it right away. And we went through and we argued things out, and that's kind of how it's done. I'm looking across here right now, and we're in election season, and there's a chance this is going to be a dramatically different council in 6 months. And for us to start tweaking with the rules before we sit a council down, it just doesn't feel like a good use of staff's time. Number three for me, it's my understanding that CIAs come to us because specific concerns generally, like the reason the CIA is coming to us is in some, I've heard from Council President Carlson that we had these discussions at our learning session and our skills session, but they also came from certain meetings. And I just always cringe when we're trying to set a policy based on something that happened. I just think it's a bad way to make policy. And at the end of the day, I don't want to leave here directing staff to do this because I know that means they're dropping something else. And I want to be careful with how I use council-initiated actions. So I'm not looking through the list of we want to like tighten this up or loosen this or control this. I think it's some like legal reading. We already have that stuff in there. It's just not, we're at some level, we're elected officials. We don't report to each other. We report to our voters. And this idea that we're going to use our code of conduct to get, and I'll use the word control each other, I think it's high-minded and difficult to do. So I would rather not direct the staff to do this today, and I'll see where my peers are.
Other comments, questions? Councilmember Dennis.
Yes, okay, thank you. That was very bulleted. I appreciate that, Councilmember Keene. I also am against this for a lot of reasons, but one is that I've reached out to ask for examples, and I was told like there was a time that letterhead was used, and city attorney said not to his knowledge. A lot of these issues, I actually sent an email directly to ask for examples because I don't think this is even merited. The respectful and professional thing is to talk to someone, pull them over and say, hey, there was an issue. But since I haven't heard of any issues and there is no examples to this, I think that just says that there's not needed. And also, I'm trying to get I have a lot of notes, but just to kind of go through it, the speakers earlier tonight talked about, I tried to get a hold of people in the council to let them know I was a couple minutes late, hours before the meeting. So, but people are busy. I can't get a hold of the President Carlson. I've got an email that City Administrator is really busy. So if you can't contact other staff, we're our hands are tied sometimes. And so I missed some of the comment at the very beginning from Ms. Hardin, but I saw that she wrote an 8-page email. I've been trying to skim through. But the other speakers talked about hard topics need to be discussed, that we need to build trust, that we have an era of distrust, and we need more accountability, more transparency. And the speaker used transparency being the complete exposure to a topic, which I like that definition. But transparency in essence is trust. And we need to be able to contact staff, because I've not seen any issue of directing staff what to do, and if that was the case, that needs to be stopped. But council shouldn't be silenced when there is a clarification issue, or they wanted to talk to the staff, or if they got a situation where the resident says, I have an issue, and then we have to say, well, there's 3 bullet points here, and it doesn't follow. So it limits the ability to raise a new issue, to ask a question, to have a basic form of democracy where a constituent can say to their representative, which is the essence of a representative, to amplify their voice, their concern. But it ties our hands. There's not another area where we can openly say this is something that needs to be brought up, because we've already taken it away from study sessions. We only have 2 open other business areas, and to limit it in a way that is not only incredibly vague, I have to go and look at this, the wording, but with no examples of why it's needed. I feel this opens a floodgate to, you say the word guardrails, but it opens a floodgate of interpretation. How are we going to enforce this? How are we going to limit what if there is an issue that I believe is urgent, or Councilmember, another colleague believes is urgent? What dictates the definition of all of these terms? So I feel there's so many issues. And then when you do bring up things, which I agree is important to let staff have a heads up, what I have found is sometimes emails are sent, like I addressed before, to the entire staff with misinformation, entire council with misinformation. So if there's email sent with misinformation to the entire council, we can't correct it because we're bound by open meeting laws. And I'm a big fan of open meeting laws, for the record, so I agree. But then we should be able to bring it up in other business, or say, you know, this was a time-sensitive issue, so I didn't have time to go through the process of getting a CIA. Those are things that we can't take away that and limit council. CIAs are the best way to do it. I know that. I talked to a former council member. There was issues in the past, and so CIAs eliminate some of that issue, but taking away other business takes away some of the checks and balances, takes away some of the basic ability of, negates the idea that, of what negates the need for a representative act, you know, like if we can't be the voice, it's a transparency issue. I'm not wording everything well, and that's one of the issues that I do have. I'm not a public speaker by trade, so I do sometimes repeat myself, and I know that has been annoying sometimes to people. I think I said something and I didn't, and so it's 100% unconscious. But just because someone doesn't like the way someone speaks, doesn't mean you have the right to silence them. Even if you don't agree with the topic, let's say you're not into water quality, you don't have the right, I don't think anyone has a right to say, and I personally am, but to Councilmember Kirkpatrick, you know, like to whoever who is passionate about something, because we ran for office because we want the best for Rochester, and what's the best for people in Rochester is not taking away the basics of democracy, which is allowing them to have an amplified voice through the representative. So I think I'm kind of jumping around, but I know I can go through one at a time, and I would like a response to examples for all of these reasonings. I think, you know, but I feel this is not merited. I think it's, I don't understand the context and why it's needed. And I believe it has a lot of issues. People don't understand the charter. They don't understand that the mayor has no policy-making ability. They don't understand that the city administrator is not elected, but is the CEO of the city, which is not like most other cities where the mayor actually is kind of the CEO. So people don't understand the idea of the charter, and so I feel trying to limit us, but allowing maybe like in the beginning of the meeting, the mayor to, which I appreciate a lot of your comments, Mayor Norton, but has no time restraints. The mayor can speak on whatever issue the mayor chooses to without reprimand.
Councilmember Dennis, we were talking about the CIA, which includes these 4 items.
Well, I'm also talking about the CIA, saying this is reprimanding elected officials when they have a legitimate concern or business or question or an issue they wanted to address from the public comments or whatever the situation is, to limit that. And then, I don't know, I guess I have more things to say, but I feel this is a huge step in the wrong direction for transparency, for trust in government. And I would like to discuss, you know, the idea of the charter, or the way we do business or do government, is this: the city administrator and the city attorney report to the 7 elected officials. We report to the constituents, and there's not really any checks and balances other than you know, that we need, like if there's an issue where, let's say, staff refuses to talk to a council member, withholds information, blocks somebody, how do we go about getting information for our ward? How do we, what's the checks and balances to say that to be effective council members, we need to be engaged and informed, go to events, talk to people, and and get accurate information from staff. And I feel all of this is micromanaging and a little bit cherry picking, because some of the other comments I've heard, how do you evaluate appropriate language? Because there's a lot of condescending, patronizing, gaslighting language that other people have called up and mentioned this too. So I feel like, do we say, call it out during councilman? You know, like the word behavior obviously is an incredible condescending term. You know, the word, you know, council member doesn't understand. Those kind of terms are very condescending, but they're not necessarily, they're going to be words that say that, I mean, how is this going to be enforced? I know I thought there's some issues, and I went directly to the source of a council member, and he said, oh, nope, I don't, that's misinformation. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's good. I appreciate that. And just go straight to the source. And if you're not allowed to do that because your hands are tied, or because you have to go through the city administrator who's just said that she's too busy, or you can't contact someone on the weekends with an issue. I think this is, anyway, I would like people to read this and see how detrimentally outrageous the step away from democracy this is. Thank you.
Councilmember Campion.
So I think there's a little bit of like making this more than it is. I think we've had trouble historically with how to keep discussion on things that council can actually act on. And I think like other business and putting guardrails or whatever qualifiers we want to talk about for that. My mic is very hot. I don't know if we can adjust that or not, but if we can put qualifiers on that help us be more efficient, I'm supportive of that. I don't think it hurts transparency. I don't think that it erodes democracy. I don't think, those lofty ideals that we all strive for. I actually think that this is more about kind of the practical execution of our meetings. There's a couple of things here that I think are particularly important. I've long argued, and I have served with council members who felt differently about how staff time should be distributed. And some of that conduct and like how we interact with staff, I think is important. Where we should expect a response and where we should not expect a response, how often I'm contacting people. And it's really easy to cross a line that is, we're having a conversation, we're working through a problem, and the solution becomes something that is bigger than any individual council member should be asking of a staff member. It becomes something that elevates to the layer of needing to have a council discussion and prioritization. And I think it's really important we're reiterating that what those limits look like. Because for me, it's really important that if staff are feeling exhausted or over engaged by any individual, and I've served with many of them over my history here, that they feel comfortable saying this is outside the bounds of what the agreement was on the council, because like that is where the norm is set. And to Councilmember Dennis's point, I would say the rules are what the majority of the council says the rules will be. Like that has always been how the council operates, and that will always be how the council operates. And as a member of the council, you've been elected and serendipitously agreed to those rules, because that is how the council's operated. There's been a lot out there made of what the language is used, what is the standard. The standard is what the majority say the standard is. Like, there's no other way to enforce this. There's no other rule set to enforce up here. So what I'm seeing is kind of a further refining of what those rules are. I would say maybe have one little nit. And since I'm going to make the motion to move it, I'm going to just nit on the private reprimand. I actually think that part in particular is the one part of this whole thing that I don't support. If council shepherding and self-governance needs to take place in public, and where there is an issue, it needs to be addressed in public. When I have an issue, if I think Councilmember Dennis asked, how will I get someone to respond to me? If you have an issue with how the staff is operating, there are paths to pursue that. That ultimately is something the council is responsible for. If you are unable to reach that, then the way to do that is to discuss your path for bringing it forward to the council. Because we all have to be in agreement with those actions. It's not something any individual member can do unilaterally to say how staff should respond or not respond. So I think there are things to do here. I think my principal concern is that people are not trying to make lofty statements that are going to get the city embroiled in lawsuits and to represent the city. I have used the city letterhead, and I have asked for the city attorney's guidance about how to use the city letterhead. And for something as innocuous as being asked for a letter of recommendation, I sent a note off. I said, should I write this? They said, probably need to write on there that you're not a representative of the city, or you're not the city. You are a member that is not using his, not speaking on behalf of the city. So lots of things have to be done, and I do them out of concern for all of you, respecting that I care about what it looks like to be a member of this body and how we value each other's opinion. So I wrote the little asterisk at the bottom and said, I'm a member of the council and this does not represent the direction of the city, even though it was a letter of recommendation. So I think there's little things to do throughout this that are important. We should set the norms. When we feel like they've been violated, we should revisit them and fix them. So with that, I guess I would move to direct staff to prepare as recommended by the CIA, with the exception of removing the private reprimand as an option for a rules violation.
Second.
You have the floor again, Councilmember Campion.
I'm going to start from the top and reiterate everything I just know. I think I covered it.
Okay, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. I wasn't prepared for a motion yet. I have a question. I'm unaware of whether or not in the charter or the code of conduct we are limited to a certain amount of minutes for speaking during a council meeting.
Yes, it's in the current code of conduct.
And that amount of time is?
8 minutes. But not when you're having dialogue back and forth. You are allowed 8 minutes in a chunk of time.
Per agenda item.
Yep.
Yes.
So why is it that we're not enforcing that?
We are. I keep track of time. If somebody's speaking, like Councilmember Dennis was just about at 8 minutes.
The only enforcement mechanism is you calling it on someone. That is everyone wants to wait for some external entity to provide guidance. There is no external entity. No one is in charge of us. We're in charge of ourselves.
Then point of order, you weren't called on right now to speak, correct? Was that kind of enforcement you're referring to? Okay, got it.
Clarification. In the current code of conduct, under discipline, it says any other member of the council besides just how council president presides over meetings, under point of order, call the presiding officer or other member to order. Additional discipline may include, but is not limited to, a verbal admonition, public reprimand, and expulsion from the meeting at which the conduct is occurring. So we already have language in there about us being responsible, not just me, but all of us.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. I appreciate it because that's been kind of on my mind with this. I'm going to take gleanings from all of you of what has been said. And like I mentioned at the beginning, I wasn't expecting a motion yet. I agree with Keene. I agree with Dennis. I agree with City Administrator Zelms, and also in part with Campion. My biggest issue with this, and I am against this council-initiated action, because when I read it, being a very critical editor of verbiage and text, there are negatives where they should be worded as positives. I see some bullet points that should be falling under other headings. This feels to me as if it was put together hastily, and it's not appropriate to carry forward in the future for councils that will be 10, 20 years down the road. And that's my biggest concern with this.
So these are concepts for discussion.
Yep, exactly.
This is not policy language.
Right.
It would be significantly expounded upon and fine-tuned before it would come back
Right.
to be integrated appropriately into our code of conduct.
Yes, so I appreciate the intent that's here as an open dialogue that we can move through this, and perhaps we have a scheduled session where we could talk about this and refine it so that we could possibly vote on it at a later date, but that's my comment.
Sure.
Thank you.
I would just say in response to Councilmember Keene, 3 months into this, I had no idea what sort of issues were going to come up. So I appreciate that we have spent time on this, and we have, Administrator Zelms and I went back and looked at those slides, many of which I wish I would have had more prepared and understand what sort of issues were coming up and affecting our level of productivity on council, but I just didn't know then. And so having the retreat and understanding more about our individual strengths and characteristics and how we best work provided a lot of insight and opportunity because we brought up that it's an appropriate time to reconsider this, a window for us to bring this back to council in the form of a CIA. It is internal operations, but boy, does it affect the rest of the business that we do as a council. Because if we're not able to function productively during our meetings because we're getting totally off the rails during other business, then that affects, it ripples to a whole other number of issues. So I do feel it's relevant. I feel it's relevant to policy work, and certainly it's up to us as a council to agree upon language by a supermajority. We only need a majority tonight to move it forward for staff to flesh out some of the details of language to come back and have a discussion. But I certainly wouldn't be opposed of having another more dedicated session to really work through this. It's not at 11:30 at night. I'm fine with it. I just think we have some improvements to make, and people may be outraged that this language isn't perfect. But quite frankly, I get outraged at certain meetings because they're so frustrating and they're not productive, and it's not a good use of our time, and it results in tension that doesn't need to be there, because if we would have thought it out or been warned in advance about something, we would have had more time to think about it and prepare our thoughts and ask good questions instead of just like being blindsided and not knowing how to handle something, which doesn't feel good on TV. Councilmember Palmer.
I'll call the question.
All right. All in favor, say of the motion to approve minus the.
Let's do a roll call.
All right, minus the private.
Wasn't there an amendment? I'm sorry. What
No,
do we?
There's no amendment.
Oh.
It was just that the original motion was to move the CIA with the exception of removing the private reprimand language. Okay, we've all had a chance to talk, so let's go ahead and do a roll call. Clerk Geisler, go ahead.
Point of order, I think we all had the same point at the top, but we didn't go around and said if there was any more questions or any more.
Well, he called, this is part of how we work as a council. He's called the question. All of us had an opportunity to speak, so it is time to now call the roll.
Councilmember Keene.
Nay.
Councilmember Bransford.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Nay.
Councilmember Palmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Dennis.
Nay.
Council President Carlson.
Aye.
There are 4 ayes and 3 nays.
All right, motion carries. But again, this is just for staff to do some more work on this, to bring back for an actual discussion and potential revision or acceptance at the August, mid-August meeting? No?
No date
When
was,
it's ready?
No date was identified, so it would be when it's ready. I also heard people bring up other concepts of having additional dialogue about what comes forward. So
sure,
that's one of the things that we'll have to discuss on how it would come forward.
Staff's recommendation for how to move forward.
My clarification though, so staff would be just staff. It would not be including the mayor or you or anyone else. When they decide, when they're going through and looking at this, it will be solely their 100% staff and no elected officials. Is that correct? Because if so, then I would like other elected officials to have the opportunity to input in this. I believe there's some issues with emails being not transparent, some issues with, there's a lot of issues I think I would like to.
Just point of order.
Discussion is closed. If you have a question about the next steps for staff, go ahead and ask.
Is it only staff though? Because it says staff. It's not going to be including elected officials? Because these are questions that I wasn't able to ask during the.
Yes.
The idea is that we've handed off to staff.
Okay, 100% staff. Officials, for the record.
For points of clarification.
Madam President, council members, mayor, I would try to address that briefly, but also invite comment from City Administrator Zelms. I don't know if there's clear precedent on process when a CIA is carried forward, whether we're precluded from collaborating with the people who brought forward the idea. Okay, so I would not suggest hamstringing the process of developing this language.
All right, thanks for that. Administrator Zounds?
Thank you, Council President, Council Member. Like all of the work that we do, as outlined within the council rules of procedures and code of conduct, there are many times where I might be in a conversation with somebody and ask them how they're feeling about that, or let them know that there's an item coming up that perhaps they've raised before that is related to their ward or something that they had issue with. So those are things that, but that's why it would come back through a public process with the city council. So it's very clear within the charter that communication is based on the judgment of the city administrator per the charter of the city of Rochester. So those are judgment calls that I make, not to influence, but that's part of what I do on a daily basis, is to provide guidance and feedback and consult and advice, which is also in the city charter, to individuals so that it remains a common council decision when something does rise to the occasion of public policy. And I also use that judgment when making meetings or scheduling things or trying to make sure that conversation is productive. So if it seems like there needs to be a question, for example, asking Councilmember Kirkpatrick, who's not on the CIA, for more feedback on what she's sharing about what do you mean by having constructive dialogue in another setting, that's something that I would do because I think it's valuable in order to understand the concept, in order to formulate a good recommendation to the Common Council that then you take forward and understand collectively in whatever that process is for how it moves forward. So that's not different than, I guess, any policy item. We're always trying to bring you well-rounded, balanced information in order for you to have the good information for you to base then your decision collectively based on a vote.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, we are moving on to our ordinance first readings. Attorney Spindler-Craig, over to you. And there are only, 3 first readings.
That's correct, Madam President. The first reading, J1, an ordinance amending sections 2-7-1, 2-7-3, 2-7-5, 2-7-6, 2-7-8, 2-7-9, 2-7-11, 2-7-16, 2-7-19, and repealing sections 2-7-14, 2-7-15, 2-7-17, and 2-7-18 of Chapter 2-7 of Title II of the Rochester Code of Ordinances relating to Music Board. Moving on to J2, an ordinance amending subdivision E of Section 4-7-10 of the Rochester Code of Ordinances relating to the list of landmark properties. J3, an ordinance creating and enacting Chapter 9-19 of Title IX of the Rochester Code of Ordinances relating to the establishment of city identification cards.
That. All right, we don't have any second ordinance readings. We don't have any table items, but we do have some other business. Councilmembers Dennis and Kirkpatrick. Councilmember Dennis, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yes, I switched my other business a little bit based on the discussion. I admire Councilmember Campion for saying that if you don't know how to do it, you need to find out, right? So I would like to, my issue here is for a couple questions to ask staff. If there is misinformation sent in an email that's sent to all staff, how does a council member correct that misinformation that I believe has happened and influenced votes? So it's like we receive something from a staff to all, right? And that it's misinformation. How does a council member clarify that to the whole council? That's my first question.
Councilmember Dennis, council members, mayor, I'd take a stab at it. I mean, I'm not quite sure of the hypothetical that you are talking about, but in theory, if you believe that inaccurate information was provided to your colleagues, you seem to be speaking of an open setting where you are discussing a topic with your colleagues.
In an email, like if you get an email and it's misinformation, we get it all the time. We get CC'd in, to a lot of information from staff. How do we correct that without asking it to be sent out? Because wouldn't that would be an open meeting law violation. So how do we correct that information in an email setting?
So now maybe you're speaking of not a setting where there's open discussion with your colleagues.
Not here. Here I can ask, I can clarify that if we're allowed to, under other business, to clarify information in the future. But this is something that I think is really important to know, because I believe there has been information not presented. I believe there has been issues where we can't even get information. So I just want to know, how does a council member do our job of accurately representing and fighting for issues that are important to not just our ward but the city, if we can't correct misinformation, which I think is the foundation of the mistrust that we're experiencing in our country.
I won't attempt to speak to issues of mistrust in our country.
I'm sorry, just, yes, open meeting law, correction of information was sent to all the council. You can't do other business. How do we address?
Sure. I would just generally state that we've had a few of those circumstances that you brought this up before, and suggested that you believed that a communication to the council was somehow incorrect.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I got an answer. That's why I'm just clarifying. So yes, I just want to know how to do this, and then how to respond. I feel very, very passionate that there's no checks or balances, that really, if information is hid, or if we're not allowed to ask questions, if we're silenced. I want to know what is the checks and balances of the city government. I mean, who do we report to if there's an issue above and beyond our capabilities? Who do we report to? Because I know the League of Cities said that wasn't an entity, and HR, you can't go to HR because that's, city. So who do we report to for checks and balances if there is a legit issue of whatever, maybe ethics or something that you need to address? Your moral compass you need to address, and how do you report that to what entity? And then for open meeting laws, how do you correct misinformation sent to the whole council? Those two questions, please. Thank you.
Point of order. How do we move on to the next subject without further discussion of this? Is that just a motion that I would make to move on without garnering a response? Okay, I'm going to do that. We govern ourselves. I move that we move on to hear Councilmember Kirkpatrick's other business.
No.
Second.
Councilmember Campion?
Councilmember Campion has the floor. You made the motion, it was seconded.
But how do you get information if the staff doesn't?
Member Campion has the floor.
This is a uniquely Councilmember Dennis issue that I do not hear being shared by the rest of the council. So it's incumbent upon you to address this with staff outside of this meeting. Like, if you're having that specific problem, it does not seem to reach the sort of material critical mass to be something that we should be addressing under other business. I mean, that's my personal take. My other colleagues are free to vote how they like, but if Councilmember Dennis wants to continue to deliberate this, she's going to have to, I think, convince the colleagues to continue to countenance that.
Okay. Other discussion? Councilmember Keene.
I was watching our attorney trying to answer, but actually, Councilmember Campion, I think that is the answer, that if you have these issues, you have to get 1, 2, or 3 of your peers to agree, and then you have a council issue. And I don't think that would happen.
Mayor Norton.
Are we on the motion to vote? I mean, is that where we're at, or are we still discussing?
Yeah, I made a motion.
Motion's been seconded. It's discussion time.
Because I was going to answer Councilmember Dennis's issue, and I can do that offline. Let's just have the vote to end the discussion.
Other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion carries. All right, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Campion, I appreciate your savviness with rules and Robert's Rules of Order, but I feel that that was somewhat inequitable to use it that way. However, I appreciate your intent. I'll move on with my other business. Based upon the 48th Street Southwest conversation we had earlier, I'm simply following up on an email and a commitment I made to We Bike Rochester to bring up reconsideration for the CIA that I submitted in September that was approved. The traffic study was done. The recommendation came forward with the city to do the bike lane and parking meters. It was denied by the council. On May 2nd, Mr. Osby came forward from We Bike Rochester asking us to approve it. We have not followed up on that. I personally have requested of Mr. Dombrowski to add that particular agenda item to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Committee for their recommendation. So, two options for you. I could request a vote to see if we want to do this. My concern is that Sir Stripes-a-Lot is out doing the painting, and if we wait until a recommendation in August and it comes to us in September, it may be too late. If we do approve it, to do the painting and the addition of the parking meters, or we could certainly go ahead and wait until August until this goes to the Pedestrian Bicycle Committee. What is your pleasure?
I have a quick point of order for Clerk Giesler. So we've dispensed of this item at a previous meeting. To reconsider, it would have to be somebody who voted against it.
Sorry, against the prevailing motion, or with the prevailing motion.
So, Council President, council members, that's true, and it's also within a window of at the next meeting or the meeting after.
Okay.
So we're outside the window.
Okay.
So it doesn't preclude her from making a motion. It just can't be a motion to reconsider.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I really didn't know, and I'm asking for a little assistance. I appreciate that. Moving along then,
So you could make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for implementing the bike lane and the parking meters as discussed in our April city council meeting.
For the,
Civic Center Drive and Center Street.
Yes, Civic Center
East.
Drive and East Center Street, basically approving the council initiated action.
is there a second? All right. Motion.
I second for discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, it's back to you.
So if you would prefer to wait until this goes to the bicycle and, the Pedestrian and Bicycle Committee in August, as Mr. Dombrowski has suggested, then please state that, and I will retract my motion, and we will address it then. My only concern, though, from staff, if you could chime in, if this is approved when it comes back, is it too late to implement that work based on temperatures or whatnot? I don't know if
Mr.
someone's online.
Bezzina, go ahead. Thanks for sticking in there.
No problem. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Kirkpatrick. We would actually do that striping in-house. The pavement markings out there are latex, and we would use our own crews to do that work. So we'll still be striping in September.
Awesome, thank you. So I ask for direction from my colleagues. Do you want to vote on this or bring it back? Mr. Keene has a question.
Mr. Palmer is up.
Well, first of all, we've already decided this question, and it's more than just striping. You're taking away a traffic lane on a very busy road in Civic Center Drive, and that, to me, doesn't add, is not productive. So I would be against your motion. I would be against taking away the traffic lane. And one person talking, bringing this up, isn't the driving force to get this taken care of. So, you know, it's still not going to resolve the spot that people are parking in front of the store. It's just not going to. And so I have no support whatsoever for revisiting this issue.
Councilmember Bransford? Or, yeah, Bransford, then Keene.
Yeah, so making a motion in other business, I appreciate the intent, I do, but it caught me a little flat-footed, and so I think I would prefer to wait and hear what the bicycle and pedestrian committee, because I was involved in the CIA to begin with, right? So, and it did turn out to be a little bit more nuanced and involved than I originally had thought. So for me, I'm just not prepared to make a vote. I need to think about it.
Thanks. Councilmember Keene?
Yeah, I was going to follow the staff recommendation of going to the commission or the committee, but I'm still struggling with this idea of like how things get on our agenda. This is like, we voted on this. It should be taken care of. Is it because someone came to you? Is it because I'm struggling with how that works, and I feel like this is why this is getting another hearing. It's hard for me to justify.
I'm bringing it back because there was I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. Thank you. I'm bringing it back because there was actually an accident at that intersection on June 22nd. I received an email. I turfed it to staff and administration. Ms. Zelms applauded the idea that it was good. And let me just reiterate that my CAA that was seconded by Bransford and Ms. Carlson states, cyclists state that continued parking in the bike lane along the north side of East Center Street causes increased safety concerns and dangerous biking conditions. Additionally, the business of International Spice and Kebab Restaurant, a BIPOC-owned community business that caters to many foreign visitors and international residents, have suffered additional financial stress due to the removal of parking spaces that were originally requested from the council and installed following council approval. So the action directed staff to evaluate the necessary changes for returning parking meters on the north side, as well as maintaining bicycle safety on the north side of East Center Street. Staff came back with the recommendations that yes, they should put in the bike lanes and the parking meters. But if you want to wait until after we get a possible recommendation from P&B, I'm more than happy to do that, and I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thanks. I would appreciate that you bring it back after staff and the committee have reviewed. Councilmember Palmer, then.
Well, this is one example of why we don't want to bring up stuff in new business, because you don't have the facts and we don't have the information. If you have a bicycle accident, I don't know why there's a bicycle accident. If you can tell me that, oh, geez, it's the intersection that did it, that'd be maybe a little bit helpful, but we don't know, and you don't know. And so if you don't know, we can't just throw out that somebody did something wrong. And doing it, you know, at the end of the day without any notification whatsoever doesn't make for good decision making. And we've already voted on this, and we've already decided the issue. So if it didn't go your way and you just want to bring it back, we're just going to have long meetings. And I don't care. I can be here till 3 a.m. Doesn't bother me one bit.
Councilmember Campion, then Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, I echo at least parts of that sentiment, and I think so. One is it's not clear like that there was a recommendation. I think the ask of Public Works was, how would we make this change? And they came back and said, here's how we would do it. It wasn't, this is a recommended change that Public Works staff is recommending we make. If I remember their response to us. I'm going to stop there because my other action was to table this, because there's a motion on the table, or motion that we have to dispense with. But if you have a comment, I'll let you do that first.
My only comment is for you, Mr. Palmer. I never stated it was a bicycle action or a bicycle accident. You're making an assumption.
Move to table.
Okay.
Second.
All right. For discussion, Councilmember Campion, go ahead.
This is how we dispense with things that have been firsted and seconded, and we have to set them aside. So this is what we will do.
Okay. Other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carries.
Move adjournment.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.
I'll probably do that. Part of my menu.
Anytime.
You get a hall pass?
Some nights. We're in the middle of our
Lisa's got to get
purchase
to
of
like
home, so we're
3 o'clock.
we're gonna do that. So I might be a little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aren't you up running then anyway?
I got it this morning at 5. I got to get run this.
Yeah.
So my case.
Yeah, I just want not to miss I would like to have
Yeah, you too.